hello to the people watching and apologise to them. Unusually, StreetMic is late. So let me wait for the thing to flash up to say we are live on YouTube. So it's not come up yet, so start saying something. So it's now saying we're live on YouTube. So give me a few seconds. So good afternoon all, my name is Wendell Daniel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Rational Female, resident anti-feminist from London. I've been here a few weeks. Unfortunately, I forgot the thing for my camera, so I can't live stream on my channel, which is a big pain in the ass.
So let me introduce myself. So good afternoon to all of you watching. My name is Wendell Daniel, and welcome to StreetMic. And unusually, I'm 2 minutes late, even though I was here at 12 o'clock. But I blame Rational Female. She was chatting me up, man. She distracted me, and I was late. So, how are you keeping today, Rational Female?
Yeah, not bad at all.
How's your week been? How's the week been?
It's been fine.
Yeah? So what have you been up to this week?
I've not been up to much, I've just been relaxing, taking a break from all the YouTube stuff, just trying to chill out, all that jazz, and etc.
Yeah. So, should I be telling people that I met you this week?
Yeah, go for it.
So, for those of you who are watching, Rational Female took StreetMic out to lunch this week. True or not?
Other way around.
But it was great to meet you away from this place down at, where did we go? Covent Garden somewhere, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Masala Zone.
Yeah.
So did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I love Indian food.
Aye. So what are you going to be doing today? But at the moment, your good friend Sahara isn't here.
No.
So would you want to send a message out to her before you start chatting to people?
Yeah, I usually come here Sunday with my friend Shahara, aka the Female Skeptic. We're two anti-feminist women, and we're both trying to create this new non-feminist women's advocacy thing that is really pro-women but not anti-men. And, we both see a lot of problems with feminism, with the whole feminist movement, and we just want to bring the truth to people and explain to people why feminism is effectively trash, and always has been.
So just behind us, before you do your thing, we've got a young lady by the name, is it Posy Parker or Nosy Parker? Is that her name?
Posy Parker.
Yeah, she's doing her thing at the end of the month, about 400 or 500 yards behind us. And what do you think of the message Posy Parker is putting out?
I agree with most of what she says. I think that, she's basically standing up against this whole transgender thing and this whole thing of saying, that there's like multiple genders, that men and women can just, I think the main problem as well is the effect on children, because I think like with grown adults, if they want to have a sex change, I can understand that's their choice if they think it's best for them, even though I don't necessarily agree with that. I can understand that, but it's still, I like the fact that she's really speaking out against this. I think she's very brave, and I think she's doing something which is, going to be really helpful for the future, for, to basically save us, really, because we cannot have this continued society where we're saying, that men and women can just be obsolete, really, and just have, this non-binary, gender-fluid nonsense.
But you know something? My granddaughter, she goes to a nice girls' school, and girls only. And there's an issue brewing that's going to kick off very soon where it's an all-girls school, but one of the girls is now identifying as a male. How can you be identifying as a male in an all-girls school? So you can understand the problems that's now creating.
No, it's ridiculous, and it's really dangerous as well when you have, these young people who are so confused, who are now being lied to, who are now being told, that a girl can become a boy can become a girl. And I think it really is, the children who are being really affected by this the most, the young people. And people are really afraid to say this, I think everyone's just had enough. Everyone's had enough of, like, young people not being able to say, that, only men are men, only women are women. And, with young people now thinking this is a trend, if you can just identify as something else, I think this is just really quite sad.
Yeah. And do you believe that Ali Darwar is soon going to identify as a woman?
If he wants to, he can.
Anyway, I'm going to move over to you, rational female,
I'm
and
afraid I
you
might
can say.
have to move down because of the fellow there. So
Yeah, but take no notice because it creates... What problem's that creating for you?
No, it's just because he's noisy and there's a big crowd there, so I'm going to move over down to the space if that's all right with you, Wendell. It's just very distracting for me. But yeah.
So, then you move over there, and whilst you're moving, I will... But keep talking to people, they can hear you. So, rational females now moving over because the cowboys creating too much noise. So we're now going to move over so we don't get... But what I'm trying to teach rational female is not to get distracted.
Did I give you your tape back?
Oh, don't worry about that, man.
All right.
Is there anything else dodgy in that bag of yours that I need to see?
Condoms.
Condoms.
And vibrators.
You got a vibrator? Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Arena Matcha. I'm here to tell you why feminism is trash. For the last several months, I've been coming to Speaker's Corner on a Sunday afternoon to talk about the problems with the Western feminist movement and why it is harming and hindering relationships between women and men. You see, many people believe that feminism is about equal rights, but it's not. It's about the destruction of interpersonal relationships between men and women. By claiming that women are an oppressed victim class and that men are an oppressor class, we are now all being taught all of these lies. We are being sold these lies that women have been oppressed since the dawn of time, when this is factually incorrect. Women are not being oppressed. Women are not oppressed, and we never have been on the basis of our gender. This is a lie. When we claim that women have been oppressed, we're negating the wonderful things that women have always done to contribute to society and to bring to the world. Through being a mother, through being a lover, through having certain professions like nursing and the arts, through being a leader. You know, there's been so many female queens like Cleopatra and Boudica, Hypatia with a Greek mathematician, you know. And I'm really sick and tired of being told time and time again that my gender should be politicized, that as a woman I should feel like I have no rights, like I'm being oppressed, like I'm effectively a loser. No woman should be made to feel like she's being oppressed, like she has no rights, like she is a second-class citizen. The only people I see saying this are the feminists. I don't see anyone else saying this besides feminists. And another big problem with feminism is its effect on men. All across the Western world, young men are being denied the right to see their children. They're losing battles in child custody. They're being taught all of these lies, and it's terrible. I am so tired of the way men are being treated by the system. And this is largely due to the feminist influence in prioritizing women's struggles. Feel free to share the images of me on social media, by the way. You can tweet me at Zarina Matcha, aka the Rational Female. There is no wage gap. What it is, women typically work shorter hours and typically choose jobs that pay less. Women aren't paid less than men on the basis of sexism. This is one of the lies that feminism has sold women. Women aren't paid less money than men for doing the same job. This is one of those lies that feminism has sold. And I'm so tired of feminism and all of this silly woke transgender nonsense. Everyone has had enough of this. Enough is enough. We need real change, and nobody's fucking doing it properly. It's terrible. I don't know how long we're going to have to wait until things get better, man. I mean, look, over there, Posey Parker is there with a group of women, and they're just trying to say that women are biologically women and men are biologically men. Everyone has had enough of feminism, wokeism, and all this social constructionist, extreme leftist bullshit. that we keep on being sold. Everyone just wants some basic common sense and human rights now. When is this going to happen, eh? There's nothing wrong with being a non-feminist woman. Most women are not feminists. Feminism is a political movement that was designed to turn women and men against each other and to create contention between the sexes. Women have always been able to have jobs and be educated. It's a lie otherwise. I don't know why we keep being told this silly nonsense that women have always been oppressed. Women have been just as quote-unquote oppressed as men. It's not true. Women are not being oppressed, okay? If anything, men are the ones who are now being oppressed with the way the courts are treating young men and berating them and crapping all over them, ruining their lives, ruining their rights.
Keep talking.
It's so unfair, and we keep on being told this. We keep on being told that feminism is so great, that men are useless, everything is a waste of time. Enough is enough.
So what's the alternative to feminism?
I call it women's advocacy, which is basically being pro-women, but not pro-feminism. So not, you know, having the kind of misandry that feminism is fueled by. Because there's a lot of the anti-feminist women, especially on YouTube, a lot of them are very misogynistic, and they crap on women and they say stupid things like women shouldn't be able to vote or drive. And all of the real women out there who just trying to, like, you know, do things are just being suppressed, and it's terrible. So I have this idea of having, you know, women's advocacy, which is pro-women but anti-feminism, and which doesn't hate men. And
hey, here.
Well, here indeed. You know, it's the thing, isn't it? But again, like there's a whole society is set up to just shit on anybody who's trying to do genuine things. So it's quite difficult.
I got a testy question for you.
Go on.
First of all, I've been happily married, and I hope my wife is dead, for 51 years.
That's fantastic. That's
yeah,
beautiful,
she's wonderful. I love her. And knock it off. And I've got 5 daughters, and I love them. 3 sons too.
8 children.
And I love babies. You know, I really do. And feminism that you're talking about seems to not like babies because they're into abortion. So I'm wondering, with your being pro-woman, I think pro-woman is not necessarily being pro-child murder. What do you think?
Absolutely agree. I mean, with abortion, like, I am quite pragmatic. Of course, there are times when, you know, a woman does need to have an abortion, like if her life is in danger or she's been raped. You know, I don't think we should ban abortion because there's always going to be those small cases where a woman feels like that's her only option. I think, you know, the state should butt out of that. I think that, you know, that there are those small instances. But generally, you're right. You know, feminism does basically celebrate abortion. It has since the 1960s. And it's terrible how feminists treat abortion like it's something to celebrate rather than like a sad burden. Because I don't think any woman really ever wants to have an abortion. You know, I think for most women, abortion is a very psychologically traumatic thing to go through. For most women, you know, the idea of terminating an unborn life is awful. So, you know, I really do hope that we're able to how shall I say, start to view abortion as an unfortunate thing rather than something that we should just celebrate. Yeah. Because, you know, as well, motherhood is so important, and feminists constantly negate the significance and the beauty of motherhood. And they do this by basically just crapping all over mothers and calling them oppressed. And saying that, you know, being a mother means you're being oppressed. Being a woman means you're being oppressed. Everything is about being oppressed. We're just fed up of it now. I'm fed up of it. I've had enough, really.
Do you have children?
No, I'm 26.
You're only 26?
Yeah. A bit young.
My wife had our first child at 21.
Oh, that's nice.
No, I just said. You're not too young to have children, but yeah, everybody.
Well, I want to get married first, but whatever. The point is that, you know, it's true. Motherhood needs to be celebrated.
Why be married? Feminists say that it's okay to be
well, exactly. That's another problem. You know, I mean, look, I'm not against, like, of course, you know, I think ideally people should be in relationships, right? You know, I don't think anyone, because they're encouraging single mothers now. They're saying, oh, you know, celebrate single mothers. It's like, well, no. Common sense perspective, you need a man and a woman to raise a child. You can't just have a woman raise a kid on her own. I mean, it's different obviously like if her husband dies or if he's abusive, but in most cases, I think a lot of these women, they can be very irresponsible and they just have kids, you know, with not having the father around. And it's terrible that we're not holding women accountable for this. We're not holding women accountable for the negative choices they might be making, especially when, you know, the UK, for example, there's so much birth control. I don't really see how it's excusable for women to just be having kids with all these men and not, you know, like, I mean, I guess if the woman's very rich, then fine, but it's like, well, they're not, are they? You know, a rich woman that have 5 kids with different guys is fair enough. But
it's all right if you got the money.
Well, if you've got the money to provide for 5 kids with different dads, go for it. But a lot of these single mothers are very, you know, on low income, you know, just taking advantage of the benefit system, and it's terrible. You know, I think people are not really like, why is this happening? Why is this not being addressed? Why are we not holding women accountable for the bad mistakes that they make? Women need to take responsibility and stop treating men like crap. Start taking some bloody responsibility for a goddamn change, man. You know, women should not be treated like children. Wow. We treat women like, oh, sir, sir. I have a YouTube channel.
So that's a rational female there. And
oh, wait, mate, excuse me, come back.
What?
Oh, he's gone away.
See, now rational females now chasing.
Oi, mate, sir, what's your face? Come back. Excuse me. Sorry, I have a book.
So for those of you who are watching, my name is Wendell Daniel, and welcome to StreetMic, and we're coming to you live and direct. Please make sure there is no special guest today, but very soon I'm going to be giving you my opinions about what's going on in Peckham, and I'm also going to be telling you my opinions in regards to this police officer who has been charged with murder, and I'm going to cuss. You're going to get my opinion, and I'm going to be raging mad. But let's go back to rational female.
Women need to start taking responsibility and stop abusing their privileges. Women need to stop acting like kids and start getting their act together, because otherwise men are not going to respect us or take us seriously. If we want women to be treated responsibly, we've got to act and take some goddamn responsibility. I'm tired of women acting like whiny victims all the time. This happens all over social media, the internet. Nobody does anything about it. No one's doing anything to solve this problem. We just say, oh, well, you know, it's okay, because she's a woman. Women need to act like adults. Stop acting like children. Women, take some damn responsibility. Take some responsibility for your lives. You're not oppressed. There's no oppressive patriarchy. It's all bullshit that was invented by Marxists in the 1960s. We need women to start taking more responsibility and having more agency. And the way to do that is by getting rid of all this feminist nonsense and having women's advocacy that is pro-female responsibility and against the victim mindset that every single feminist and female academic is perpetuating. All women ever do is whinge about how men are terrible, how they have no rights, when they live a life of luxury and privilege. Feminism is the most privileged women in the world, taking advantage of the system, abusing their power, ruining other people's lives, making it terrible for everybody else. You know, it's so bad. I don't know why feminism is still a thing, really. It should have died in the 1980s. It should belong in the gutter. Men and women are supposed to work together. They're not supposed to be fighting and hating each other. You know, it's just terrible. We've all had enough of feminism. We've all had enough of woke. The transgender agenda is all destroying society, destroying men, destroying women, and it's not going to end until people start getting their acts together now. There's no such thing as good feminism. Feminism is crap. Feminism is the idea that women are oppressed victims and should thus be given special privileges on the basis of being female. That's all it is. It's female supremacy and gynocentrism, and it's just a waste of time. You're right, mate. Would you like a book, monster?
Huh?
I haven't got my table today.
Then you'll have to come round. He's hiding.
Oh. There you go. Sure. Yeah.
Oh, well, sir, I'm trying to film, sir. I need to capture you. Think about it, yeah?
Yeah, but I don't want to be on camera.
No, but talk to her, but I need to capture your voice.
Yeah. Where do you see women's place in society?
I think women's place in society is wherever they want to be. I just think that they should be doing this without being arseholes to men and abusing the system. That's it. Women can be leaders, have careers. The problem as well is that people don't understand most women aren't as driven as men, and most women don't really want to be politicians and rule the world. Like, there's a few minority of women who might want to do that, but the majority of women don't really want to do that. And I think that feminists have really lied because they're trying to say that all women are like this, and actually it's a minority of women who are like this.
I hear what you're saying, but in terms of the place of a woman and a man and a woman, where is a woman's place?
In a
where
relationship.
Is it? In general, in relationship, in workplaces, in society. What is her role? What is a woman's role?
Well, fundamentally, you know, a man's role is to be a provider and a protector. A woman's role is to be nurturing and to be caring and to bear children. That's the fundamental core role. And, you know, women are very good at this. But, you know, as I was saying, you're always going to have a minority of women who go against the grain, who want to be, you know, different, and that's fine. But they can still be feminine, like, as well. Like, you know, plenty of women who have careers, they'll still, in their relationship, you know, be the woman, be, you know, feminine, not be, like, trying to take over their husband's role. I think that's a problem, like, in a relationship, you know, a man's supposed to be dominant, a woman's supposed to be submissive. That doesn't mean what people think it means. It doesn't mean a woman's a loser or a pussy. It means that the man is the one who's a bit more in charge and the woman slightly leans into him and defers to him. And I don't think there's anything wrong with this dynamic. I think this is just a natural social order. And, you know, no one's saying that women can't have any agency. Like, this is a big misconception. I'm not saying women have to be losers. Sorry, I'm rambling. Go on.
You're perfectly right, because we live in a society now where a woman is trying to be like a man,
That's the
and
problem.
then when she's being like a man and treated like a man, then she becomes feminine, because a man is being a man. So that's why I asked, where is the woman's place in society? Because it looks as though they've lost themselves. They're trying to be something that they cannot be. I don't know, do you agree?
I agree. You know, I think that, yeah, definitely a lot of women are, you know, how should I say, losing their sense of being feminine. And that's the thing, because feminism has really sucked the femininity out of women, because they're telling women that you should be more like a man. And when you say that, you're actually kind of saying to women, oh yeah, be like a man, but women don't want that. Like, a woman wants to be with a man who's a man, right? Every woman wants a man who's very masculine, and, you know, that's like what every woman, like most women want that. Most women don't want to have to feel like they're the guy in the relationship. And it's a problem with, you know, a lot of men are becoming really weak and really unmasculine because feminism has also sucked masculinity out of women. Like, it's telling young boys, you know, like, for example, they'll say to men, be more emotional, but it's like, women don't want men who are emotional, they want men who are resilient. Doesn't mean men shouldn't like have feelings. I'm not saying that. It just means that, you know, I don't think any woman wants to come home from work and see her man just crying like a baby. But it's true, like it's true. Like a guy can cry. I think there's appropriate times to man for a cry. You know, a funeral, or his brother's in hospital, his dog has died. You know, these are appropriate times for a man to cry. You know, if your dog dies, cry all you want. But I don't know, a woman's will come and see her man. It's unattractive. And I think the men of my generation are really, really suffering from this, you know, with all this nonsense. And yeah.
Question. With the way how it's going now, where you've got a lot of one-parent families, i.e. you've got a lot of women bringing up men. Okay, so now the woman in the household is the more dominant person in the house until a certain time, until a certain age. How long do you think this will last for? Where you're going to have feminism still trying to fight, or women trying to fight for equality as a man? How long do you think this will carry on for?
Well, feminism's never been about equality. It's basically about female supremacy.
They amalgamated the two together.
Yeah, I think single-parent families are a massive problem, definitely. I was just talking about this, and I think the problem is that they are ignoring the significance of the role of the husband, of the father, and basically rendering him completely useless and saying that, oh, you know, he doesn't matter anything. And that's the problem, you know. You say, if you basically render men useless, if you know, suppress masculinity in men, well, I was just saying, you know, saying, oh, men should just be like women, be emotional, then what you're going to do is men are going to want to be providers, and then you're going to have women, you know, being the mom and the dad, and then you're going to have these kids who are being raised without dads, and they end up being deadbeat dads, and then you end up with things like crime, and that's how it becomes a cycle, you know, the cycle of crime, the cycle of men, you know, just being, it's just terrible, really. But it's a big problem, definitely.
As I said, with the way how it is now, how long do you foresee this happening? I.e. women still trying to get equality from man? Because this has just sprung up. It's like a new fad. So how long do you think it will last for? In the sense that you had your sexual freedom, and now it's moved on to now feminism is the number one thing. How long do you think this will last for? Where women is trying to get equality as a man, or the same qualities as a man. How does this happen? When does this stop?
I think we just need to recognize that men and women are different, and equality doesn't mean the same. Like, I believe in gender equality, but what I say gender equality is not what our feminists say. I say equality of opportunity. So men and women, equal rights at work, of course, equal pay, of course, both vote, of course, democracy, meritocracy, of course. What feminists mean equality is, they mean as in a man and woman should be the same, as in, you know, like pretend there's no difference between a man and a woman, that a man should wear the trousers in a relationship and be like a bitch, and you know what I'm trying to say. So maybe the problem sometimes is semantics as well, because equality, a lot of people say men and women are not equal. I don't like saying that, because when you say that, people start thinking that it means you think that women are like less than men. When I say men and women, I say we're equally important. We have equality of opportunity. Equality of opportunity in terms of jobs, in terms of opportunities, life, but we still have to respect the basic biological differences between a man and a woman that people are not really paying attention to, and it's just getting more and more stupid, and I don't know when it's going to end, really.
All right, thank you.
No worries.
Excellent. So before you go, sir, if you come forward a bit. No. I want to be able to talk to you. Yeah. You've just had the opportunity to engage with Rational Female. Mm-hmm. Is this your first time down here?
No, I've been coming in there for years.
All right then. Yeah. So you've now seen Rational Female. What do you think of what you've heard and seen?
Not yet, because I can pick it up with this.
I think this is good, but unfortunately, I don't think a lot of women are going to take to what's being portrayed here, because they will look at the worst element of feminism is trash. They're not looking at it logically. You understand? They're looking at it the worst aspect. They're looking at it like they're downbeaten, they're trodden. Mm-hmm. You understand? And this is a platform or a forum to get your thinking on an even keel. So you understand the role of a man and the role of a woman. And I think this is good. This is a good platform. Personally.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, sir. So, rational female, how you feeling so far, my dear?
Fine, yeah.
Yeah. So, I'll let you carry on and do your thing. And then I'm going to ask you questions and about AT. Yeah. And you know what AT stands for?
Ali Twats.
You wish.
Yeah.
Andrew.
Yeah, what about him?
No, I always ask you about Andrew Tate. And I noticed last week that Andrew Tate came out in support of someone in the national media who got themselves in trouble. Did you notice?
I noticed. I think Andrew Tate is a very clever guy, and I think that he sometimes does things to cover his own back.
Hey, I won't be a second, but I'm going to come and see you in a minute. I'm trying to do new microphone, and everything I say here has been picked up. But I'm coming to see you in a minute. Yeah, excellent stuff. So, continue, and then I'm going to question you
about... talk more about that fellow later on today, actually. But...
Who, Andrew Tate, and that fellow?
Well, yeah, because actually there's a lot of things that I'm personally fed up regarding, so I want to...
Russell Brand.
I'll talk about Andrew
That's
Tate
what we're talking about, Russell. I didn't mention the name.
Andrew Tate later this afternoon, actually, but Russell Brand, no, I think that Russell Brand definitely is guilty. I think that, it's a very, very different scenario. He's been well known for like years and years. He had a whole history of being very, sleazy with women, and he's always been very suspect to me. Like, he talks about being a revolutionary and for the people, but he's not really, is he, at all? Like,
what is the difference between Mr. Brand and Andrew Tate? They're just the same. They're the same.
They're not the same at all. I mean, Andrew Tate is a lot more... Well, he's a lot more he's definitely not establishment. He's very anti-establishment. He has been from day one. The entire establishment has been against him from day one. Russell Brand, on the other hand, was part of the inner circle. He's part of the establishment. Tate has always been very anti-establishment.
But how about his views on women, how he behaves and treats women?
Tate treats women very admirably. Brand, on the other hand, is very much takes advantage of women. And... you can really see that. And I was talking about that, like a couple mates of mine actually started this podcast recently called Houses of Argument. And we were talking about this and about how, you have these kind of men who are genuinely predatory and who do abuse and take advantage of women. And you can see that with somebody like Brand or, Epstein, these kind of men who are kind of going there and who are really abusing, their privileges. And this is a problem as well, and I think this is also why feminism is so bad, because feminists want to paint all men as being like this, when it's only a minority of men who like this. And it seems, unfortunately, like the good men, like Tate, which I believe he is, well, he's being painted as this monster. They're painting him as he's the bad guy, and he's not. And the real bad guys are getting away with it every day. The bad men are getting away with mistreating women, and they're not the ones who are being called out for, and it's the good men who are being harmed in the process. This is terrible. This is how it always happens. It's the good guys get away with it, and the bad guys get away with it, and the good guys are pushed around.
But what happens in the event that Andrew Tate, when he goes through the criminal justice system, if he is found guilty, would you still believe he's innocent?
He's not guilty.
No, but I'm talking about the criminal justice process.
There is no justice. Look, Wendell, I'm actually going to go off on an Andrew Tate later. No, I am, because I've had enough. And, the criminal justice system is mistreating people. It lies. People are getting set up and punished, and it's not right, and it's not fair.
That's your question.
Oh, the other one. Okay. Don't forget I'm live streaming, so I need to be able to hear what you're saying. Go on. No, just talk to her.
Bill Cosby, good guy or bad guy?
No,
he's a bad guy. Okay, yeah, sure.
Cosby, R. Kelly, but with them usually it goes on for years and years and years, and they're usually famous for a long time.
Okay.
and they're usually really loved. That's what I'm saying. It's like they're usually loved by the media, and it gets all covered up. The Tater's hated by the media. The whole press is against him.
Okay, you said like a universal rule that the good guys get away with it and the bad guys.
I meant the other way around.
Right. And then I was like, I wonder if there's any counterexamples. Yeah, I guess Bill Cosby didn't get away with it in the end.
In the end, but for a long time he did.
Okay, so that was due to him being a bad guy. He was able to get away with it for decades, and if he would have been a good guy, they would have busted him immediately.
But if he was a good guy, he probably would have been set up and accused, like Michael Jackson.
Okay, so the good...
Yeah, because...
So okay, so Michael Jackson, they were like, this guy's quality, let's smear him, and then they were like, Bill Cosby, he's trash, so therefore let's hide what he's done. That's how they operate.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, effectively.
Okay.
You know,
Neat.
It's like if you're one of them, if you're in the club, you can get away with it. If you're not in the club, you can't. You get set up and punished. Michael Jackson was one of my favorite musical artists, and they all called him a pedophile, and it was a lie. And they created that silly documentary, Leaving Neverland. I believed it at the time. Then I looked more into it, and I realized, oh no, it's not true.
Hold on, are you saying Michael Jackson sleeping with children?
No, it's not.
He is not a bad man. Is that what you're telling me?
Cultures, grown adults share their beds with children, but it's not sexual, it's not perverted. I think that Michael Jackson was a very troubled man who probably had some kind of like neurodivergence or whatever. And, you know, I'm just using Michael Jackson as an example of a man who was accused of things he didn't do.
But don't you think it's odd? A big man sleeping with a little boy in the same bed, regardless if there's sexual contact or not. Don't you think that is crazy?
Again, the context of Michael Jackson is very, very different, you know, again.
Why?
Because
Let's argue.
He was always like a child psychologically. Psychologically, he was like a kid.
But in his body, he was a man with a dick.
Sure, but he didn't really act on it. He didn't do anything to those kids.
How do you know?
Off topic, Wendell. We'll go back to the main topic.
I'm arguing with you.
I know you're arguing with me. Why are you arguing with me? No, it's what he does in this.
Is your good friend coming back with a mask? The mask man. Hey, you two are together. It's the masked man. So continue, my dear.
Why is feminism trash?
Ask her.
Feminism
Ask
is about
her.
the destruction of relationships between men and women. It claims women are being oppressed, and it claims that men are oppressors. And it creates this combative stance between the genders, which makes it harder to have real equal rights and real harmony between men and women.
But God created man and woman
to be together.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
You look lovely, by the way.
Huh?
You look lovely, by the way.
Thank you. But why are you telling that feminism is a trash? Why are you saying like that?
Feminism is trying to destroy that. It's trying to destroy...
Who is trying to destroy? You.
No, feminism.
No, nobody else.
No, feminism.
We are the ones who's destroying everything.
Exactly.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm saying feminists are trying to harm the harmonious relationships between men and women.
But you need to respect what God has made. It's up to you to destroy it. It's up to you to build it up. So God has made you in your...
I thought Allah made everything. I thought Allah made everything.
Who's Allah?
Allah is one true God.
Who is Allah?
I don't know. I was told Allah made everything, not God.
There was only one God.
Yes, Allah.
There was only one God.
Allah.
His name is Allah.
Before Allah, there was Yahweh. Before Allah, there was Yahweh, and that was the only one God. And Muhammad made another God. That is Allah.
That's right.
But
yeah,
you need to respect feminism because you are a female, my dear. Respect that. Respect your body as a female. Don't try to undermine females.
Yeah,
and why not?
About shit you don't know anything about, Mom.
Why not?
You don't know what you come and talk, come and argue. Come back, what are you running for?
I can't deal with...
You need to respect yourself as a female.
Don't worry about hagglers. Continue.
No, but it's...
I want her to come back. I want to ask her why she wants to murder
no,
unborn
she's going to give
females.
some nonsense about Jesus. Let's just go back to common sense. Men are men, women are women. We shouldn't be hating each other. Feminism is trying to turn women and men against each other. We've got this now in the system with the way young men are being mistreated every single day. Men are tired of this, and a lot of women are tired of this too, and they're afraid to speak out. Because every time a woman says she's not a feminist, some feminists will come and hassle her and tell her she's anti-women. I know this because I know a lot of women are fed up. A lot of women are being bullied by feminists and being told that they're sexist because they want to be attractive and feminine, they want to be mothers, they want to be a housewife. A woman wants to be a housewife, she can't now because she got a bunch of feminists telling her that she's being oppressed. Ridiculous. Some women just want to be able to be at home with their husbands and care for their kids and not be made to feel bad about this. And it's the feminists who make women, women who just want to be a mother and a wife feel like crap. And no one's sticking up for them.
No.
But feminists made it possible for women to vote in politics.
Don't run away.
Voting was about democratic reform, which was largely for the working classes. And the issue of voting was an issue of class. Most men could not vote in the UK. By 1918, 58% of British men could not vote. You know that? Men couldn't vote. The 1960s in the USA, there was a good chunk of American men who couldn't vote. And imagine, they could be sent out to war in Vietnam, but they couldn't vote. It's awful. We all think voting is a man-woman thing. It wasn't. It was a class thing. Voting was typically reserved for the aristocracy and for the wealthier classes, and the working classes could not vote. And the suffragettes didn't give a crap about working class women, women of colour, men. They were really, really, really spoiled. And you had Emily Davison. There's a book called The Suffragette Bombers by Simon Webb where he talks about how terrible the suffragettes were. They were terrorists, they weren't heroes, and voting as well, democracy, our democratic system is a lie. Guys, you think we live in a democracy? We don't. We don't have a real democracy. We have a system where a small group of people abuse their power and take advantage of all of us. It's all a lie, The government and the politicians don't really care about your freedom because they're constantly censoring people and banning people. People like Piers Corbyn or David Icke, they're always being censored. Alex Jones, they get kicked off of media platforms, they get their rights taken away, and this is terrible. We don't have freedom of speech anymore. We don't have democracy. It's all nonsense, and we really need to work to protect our freedom of expression.
Big up. This gentleman would like to say something.
Well, it sounds to me like you're doing a lot of class arguments, and I'm right with you. But I'm a feminist, and I just think you're attacking feminism. You're after the wrong oppressor. It's what you've got. The rest of your speech was very good. I think you said it was a shame they wouldn't let Alex Jones on. And you have to have democracy, and you have to have freedom of speech, even in the United States, and especially in New York, where I'm from. But for all of that, Alex Jones is an asshole. But that's freedom of speech.
So before you go, sir, let me capture a little engagement. If you go in front of the camera, sir, and then I'm going to come back to rational female. So, sir, no, come here, sir. Sir, come forward. I'm live streaming. Stay there. So what is your name, sir?
Bruce.
So you said you're from New York.
I'm from New York.
Yeah, so how great is it for you to be here in this great country called England, being at Speaker's Corner, standing next to Rational Female?
I am an Anglophile. First time I came to Speaker's Corner was 50 years ago in 1973.
You don't look old enough.
Oh yeah. Older than the hills. And I came here, and I loved it then, because we don't really have it. Every time we try to get up and have speakers said, usually police come and they arrest us. But they can't arrest you here. Isn't that great? I think it's wonderful. So yeah, and of course England, and at my age, I was really like it. I'm just back. I was 2 days up in Liverpool, so the Beatles,
But what kind of problems are created in America when you don't have something like Speaker's Corner? Or if you did have something like Speaker's Corner, is it likely that you say something that someone don't like, they'll pull a gun out and boof, you're gone?
Yeah, in America that could happen at any minute. we've really got to do something about this gun stuff. We really do. New York is firmly for registering guns. Actually, it's a growing movement that some of us would like to repeal the Second Amendment. Once you repeal the Second Amendment, we'll just confiscate it. That'll be it.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much. And, Rational Female is well known down here.
She is?
Yeah, everyone knows her.
But why are you after feminism instead of the class oppressors?
Well, I see feminism as a very classist ideology because it's actually always been about prioritizing women of a certain class. And, usually, I know there's a fellow, I forgot his name, but he comes sometimes, and he has a big thing, and he talks about how, the feminists really the most privileged women. And, the feminists, you don't see any feminist academics come here because they're all busy sitting in their little rooms writing about how they're all being oppressed when they're the most privileged women in society. And they're the ones who will say that they're being oppressed when actually they're not. It's the average woman, there's always been the one struggling. But it's funny because you have the average man and woman working together trying to make their way, and then you have all these very rich, spoiled feminists who are trying to basically make it harder for the man and the woman, especially the working man and woman. Like if you think how in general society in, England, especially the last few centuries, you'd have the average man and woman, the man and his wife working together, trying to get by, and then you have these feminists coming along and they're suddenly trying to dampen the relationship between men and women by basically telling women that they're oppressed, by basically telling men that they're, whatever, trying to turn men and women against each other, and trying to really just, really create that contention, really, that rift between the sexes, and it's so horrible. So, I just think I've just had enough of it, really. So
for all of those who are online, I'm going to set you a challenge. Go into the chat, pose a question to Rational Female, and I will ask your question. So for the next 10 minutes, we're going to do question and answers. So go into the chat on YouTube and pose your questions. So go into the chat on YouTube and pose your questions, and later on, Rational Female is going to be talking about... Yeah, that's you. Yeah. Yeah, this is Speaker's Corner. Are you blind? Yeah, so this is Rational Female. So in a few moments, I'm going to be asking questions. So go into the chat and ask. Big up. I'm going to come to you in a minute. So I'm waiting for some questions on feminism. So Fernando Gunwally has say, Rational Female, where is your hijab?
My hijab is in the trash. I like my hair to be free and wild like me.
So say that again. I turned your microphone down. So where is your hijab?
My hijab is in the trash because I like my hair to be free and wild like me. Much to the detriment of some of the gentlemen at this pod, but well, what am I going to do, eh?
Right. Proper Pictures has said, was feminism a social engineering stepping stone before gay rights, trans rights to transhumanism? So was it a stepping stone?
I do think there's a big correlation, regarding feminism. I mean, I'm very pro-gay rights. I'm not against gay people. Because this is the thing, with the whole neo-progressivist stuff, I support gay marriage. I don't support a lot of the kind of political agenda behind it. Would I say feminism has been a stepping stone to effectively creating, destruction of relationships between men and women? That's absolutely what I'm saying. So yeah, I do agree. There's a lot of social engineering behind feminism, the trans ideology. Yeah.
Well, we're getting some good questions coming in. Peter Yam 54. What are your views on Katie Hopkins?
I don't know much about her, so I won't comment too much.
Right, MC Anthony 007. Rational, would you marry Ali Dawa?
Haha, in his dreams.
So, Ozma Do you know Rockefeller Family Fund's feminism?
Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all.
The person also said, do you know most of feminists are Jewish?
Oh, you guys are going to get me in trouble, man, with these kind of questions. Please let me not answer those kind of questions.
You learn not to answer certain questions, my darling. If not, you'll be anti-feminist.
Oh, yeah.
Next one. Ask her how many women in the UK die of honour killings.
I'm not sure actually, but I know that's a big problem because of certain communities that have been imported into the UK commit those kind of crimes, and it's very, very bad.
So someone has said, ask her if TERF feminism is trash.
Oh, I think all feminism is trash, so yeah. I call myself a TERF, which is a trans-exclusionary anti-feminist, because I don't support the trans ideology, but I also don't support feminism. But I say I'm a TERF, T-E-A-F.
Someone has asked about you being pink elsewhere, but we're not going to be going there.
Pink elsewhere?
Don't go there. Don't go there.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm not. I'll tell you later. The next one. Someone has said, why are you dressed like a clown?
Because the circus has come to town, and I'm part of the circus.
So Washwell has said you are gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
Another one, last question. Jamal has said, ask her why she is anti-feminist.
Because feminism is a highly destructive, politically motivated ideology that wants to destroy relationships between men and women, and I think it's got to stop, and I really do think that this needs to be known, this needs to be widespread, we need to start promoting this, and, you know, I'm really, really trying my arse off here. I feel like, you know, a lot of people aren't taking this seriously. There's a lot of really, really fake, insincere people right now who don't really care about ending feminism at all. And the worst part is many of the anti-feminists, especially anti-feminist women, are very anti-women, which is a big problem, so yeah.
Excellent. So what I'm going to do now, I've been engaging with yourself for nearly an hour, so I'm now going to move on to deal with some others. There's only one other performer down here, and then I'm going to come back to you.
Yeah. I might do something a little different in a minute.
Hold on, let me take the microphone.
Okay.
I'll come back then.
Yeah.
So it's work. So for those of you who are watching, I'm just going to come in front of the camera. So good afternoon all, my name is Wendell Daniel and welcome to Street Mic, and we're coming to you live and direct from the regular Sunday mayhem down here at Speaker's Corner. And in a few moments I'm going to be engaging with a cowboy. He doesn't want to engage directly, but all I can do is film what he's doing. But in a few moments, what I plan to do is to give you my opinions on some controversial subjects. You don't normally hear Street Mic, but today I'm mad and I'm going to be giving you my opinion. The first thing I'm going to be giving you my opinion on is what's going on in Peckham after a Muslim brother tried to strangle a black woman. So I'm going to give you my opinion on that, because I was down there yesterday, I beg your pardon. I know what's happening. Business in Peckham Lane or Ride Lane is down about 50%. Good. About time it's happened. So we can talk more about that. But also what I'm going to tell you, I want to discuss the issue in regards to firearms officer NX 121, so firearms officer NX 121, who shot and killed Chris Cubber. We are going to be talking about that today, and the reason I'm going to be talking about that today is because I'm going to educate you guys in regards to what is really happening. And one thing I'm concerned about is the fact that we've now got firearms officers who are coming out telling the Commissioner for Police that they're worried that they could be charged with murder, and as a direct result of that, we've got firearms officers handing back their weapons, and also we've got the Metropolitan Police Commissioner making statements in the press about officers being scared, being worried, and them handing back their weapons. I believe he should not be permitted to make such statements in the press, because it's sub judice and it's designed to influence the jury who will be judging if Officer NX 121 is guilty of murder or not. He should not be making such statements in the press that firearms officers are concerned that they could be charged with murder for shooting a black man. They've shot enough, so why should they not be up on a murder charge? Why should they now be saying that they're scared? We're going to talk about these issues.
Our Jesus is not the same Isa of the Quran. Our Jesus is the
So, I'm just going into the chat and I'm rabble-rousing today, brothers and sisters. If this is the first time you've seen StreetMic, give me the thumbs up, make your comments down below, share and follow. But today, you're going to see StreetMic giving opinions, and I'm going to be rabble-rousing today. Excuse me, come. And also, I want to talk to you guys about something very important, about a documentary film I'm going to be making down here at Speaker's Corner.
Big up,
and big up. I know you're one of the biggest hecklers down here at Speaker's Corner.
45 years.
You've been heckling, so let me put this on you. So I put that there. So I'm going to pick up everything you're saying. Yeah, I'm trying the new system out. So if you move forward, yeah. So you are a heckler down here.
That's right.
At Speaker's Corner.
That's right.
Yeah, so what is the skill of being a successful heckler?
Making people laugh, being funny, right? Being witty.
You've been witty.
Yes. Yeah, create new stuff. I mean, here we go. I think I'm, you know, I need to do a job down here.
No, but you're not going to do a job down there yet.
No.
I'm going to engage with you.
Yes.
First of all, I want to talk to you, about two things.
Right.
Number one, Officer NX 121 was charged this week with murder.
Yes.
After being charged with murder.
Of Chris Cubber.
Right. After being charged with murder. Hold on, let me sit out my stool. After being charged with murder, he appeared at Westminster Magistrates Court, and I was there.
Did you see his face?
No, hold on.
Hold
on. I can tell you was watching. Yeah. So he appeared. Chris Cubber's mum and dad were there, and I saw them and I engaged with them. Yeah. But Officer NX 121 appeared in court, but his face was hidden behind a mask because they're protecting his anonymity. What then happened was that it's all about pleading on the day. Yeah. So he was then, hold on. I'm coming back, hold on. What's rational doing? No, coming back.
What's going on here?
Please share this on social media. The hashtag Andrew Tate is innocent.
I don't think anyone's innocent. He's there. He's behind you.
Do you want to discover Islam?
No. Look, please, will you help me say this? Hashtag Andrew Tate is innocent.
You guys really fishing for attention. Just go away, please.
This is against their religion, by the way.
Come. So, that's Ali Darwa's channel. Let's see what rational female's up to. So she's in.
I'm going to stand over there.
Yeah, just ask him.
All right, listen at you. Come.
So we were talking about
Andrew Tate is innocent! Andrew Tate is
Can you see? That's what happens when you have cutbacks on the mental health. All the lunatics get released.
Hold on, stay where you are, man. Stay where you are.
Can you flip the camera?
No, I'm not stopping the camera. So we're going back specifically
to NX.
So NX 121. Yeah.
Yes.
He was charged with murder.
Right.
Yeah. He appeared in court, and as a result of that, yeah, at Westminster Magistrates Court, he was remanded in custody.
Yes.
To go to
the Old Bailey.
The Old Bailey, where he was then released on bail. Yeah, so he's free. The question is, do you believe it's correct that any person charged with murder should be released on bail? Yes or no?
Well, it depends on the circumstances of the murder. If the murder was in self-defense, then, and if it's the first offence that the person has committed...
Hold on.
If
it's not determined until after the case.
Yeah, but, you know, there's on circumstantial evidence, there is a prima facie case.
Ooh,
but, yes, there is. Prima facie case. Yeah, yes. I'm sounding like you, because you had legal training as well. So, you know, there is all... If you go to a court of law, there is a defence and there is a prosecution. Now, it depends what the defence has actually... You were there. What was the grounds for... What was the grounds for the bail?
At the first hearing,
yes,
all it is pleadings. It's not about going through.
Yes.
It is not about analysing the strength of the evidence. So all this officer did, give his name,
yes,
and the details,
badge number,
and all of that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. But the point being, he has been released on bail, charged with murder. Should that, if you killed me,
yes,
do you think they're going to release you? Are you not going to go to Belmarsh to get some prison food?
Well,
to get some porridge, to get licks?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you could be no policeman in this country has ever been charged with shooting a black man. But it has done time. There was one policeman, DCI Lovelock, who killed Joy. Accident, some black woman in Brixton.
Right, listen, you shouldn't comment on things if you don't know the facts.
Right.
Because you make yourself look stupid.
Okay.
But the point being...
I stand to be corrected.
Thank you. The point I'm trying to make here is the officer, NX 121, has now been released on bail.
Right.
But one of the issues I want to raise, we know about things connected with what is described as subjudice. That means once someone is being charged, the press are gagged in regards to what they say. But have you noticed the Commissioner of Police, a couple of days ago, he's been trying to influence a potential jury by telling them his officers are scared. His officers are now handing back their weapons.
Yes.
What kind of bullshit is that? Should he be allowed to do so?
Well, at the end of the day, the officers are governed by the Police Officers Association, which is their trade body or a union, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, sir. So if they want to hand their weapons back,
yeah, because they might end up like NX 315 or something.
No, but if if, I'm not saying he murdered a man, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying,
proven guilty.
I'm innocent until proven guilty.
Yes.
But the point I'm making is, the Commissioner of Police should not be saying, "Oh, my officers are scared. We can't protect the public. Therefore, we're handing back weapons." That is designed to influence a jury against the possibility of finding the officer guilty. So by putting it out now...
Can I make a very good point here?
Yeah, go on, no?
The reason that the police in this country have recently become armed is due to Operation Trident. Operation Trident was set up originally, right, to combat black-on-black crime of the yardies in Halsden.
Are you saying? Are you blaming black men?
What? The majority of people who carry firearms, criminals in London, are black people, unfortunately.
That is crap. Your guys from the 40s, 50s, 60s. I know some of them.
Yes, the Cray brothers.
I'm not mentioning names. I know some. They have been carrying weapons for years. But the criminal justice system in this country, from what you're saying, they allowed them to do so.
That's right.
It wasn't until the so-called yardies, the Jamaicans, bad boys, come here.
The Uzis, the spray and pray gangs, and now we have the Somalian gangs.
The Somalian.
Yes, we have the Kurdish gang and the Albanian gangs who are all carrying firearms in London.
So are you saying because all of these groups are now carrying weapons, so does that not mean it's important that the firearms officers, they need to be armed
to protect us,
to protect you,
to protect me? So I have my human rights violated. I have my human rights. Why should my family be scared to walk down the road and be shot by an Albanian gangster? I want the reason I'm paying my taxes to the Metropolitan Police is to protect.
Taxes?
Yes, I do.
Since when you pay taxes?
I pay taxes. You collect the taxes now. Since you retired.
But you know something? It is important to be able to openly discuss these issues. Yeah, because I'm being honest.
Oh, yeah.
I do not like the fact that a Metropolitan Police armed officer,
that's right,
NX121,
he's got bail.
Has got bail.
Right.
He should be banged up, awaiting trial. If the jury finds him innocent, got no problem. But at the moment, the moment, he must be banged up. But also, I'm of the opinion that that case is a setup, and I'll tell you why. Yeah, one thing I learned last year with dealing with the Sasha Johnson case.
Yes.
And Sasha Johnson's personal assistant.
Right.
She was shot in the head.
Right.
The BLM leader.
Yes.
Yeah. Her personal assistant, Andy Morris, said to me that when the state represents you, for example, you are not actually represented because the state is putting the evidence forward.
Yes, the Crown Prosecution Service.
The state.
Sir Keir Starmer's former
the state.
Job. He didn't do very well, by the way.
That's a separate issue.
Yeah, he failed to prosecute Jimmy Savile.
We come to that later, another day.
That's right.
But the point being, the state puts up the evidence.
Right.
The state puts up the lawyers.
Yes.
So why is it that all of these cases against officers collapse? Because number one, they make sure they put forward crap evidence.
That's right.
They make sure the lawyers they put forward are shite. So therefore, I'm of the opinion that what is happening now is a charade.
That's right.
It gives the impression that they're doing something.
So it's a bit like the Black Lives Matter movement in America, set up by a white person.
Look, that's normal.
Set up
that's normal.
We are waffling.
You cannot have a proper debate.
No.
What evidence do you have that BLM has been set up by a white man? What evidence do you have? Or are you just chucking statements out to just rabble-rouse?
I mean, to be honest with you, at the end of the day, to set up a movement like that, to get Metropolitan Police officers to kneel on their feet, you know, it does take a bit of ingenuity. It does take a bit of skill. You know, a skill which is possessed by, you know.
And Isa of Islam.
Excuse me, come forward. See, everyone loves this young lady, but
I'm done. You have another point.
Listen, you are not going anywhere yet.
Can you get me off the hook?
I'm going to ask you an honest question. Yeah. Very soon, I'm going to be making a documentary film about Speaker's Corner.
That's right.
And I'm going to make sure that some of the main people down here are in that documentary film.
The main protagonists.
Yeah. So who do you believe?
He's the oldest person here.
No. Who do you believe? Yeah. In the last 3 years, purely from my own records, which 3 persons have created the biggest interest?
Leo Mohammed.
Big up. He has been the biggest.
Leo Mohammed.
One.
Right?
One.
Second one is Uncle Omar.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And the third one is me.
You're kind of a rascal. No. So it's been, what I want people online to find, to go in the chat, put your comments. Who do you think have been on my channel the 3 most popular persons? Because the reason I'm answering this question, when I make my documentary
Uncle Omar
film,
is there on top of your list.
Yeah. Uncle Omar might be there, but he's nowhere near on top of the list. So if you want to talk, let's engage and get proper conversation with proper.
Why was this police bailed out?
So again?
Why was he bailed out?
So I can't hear him because he won't come forward.
Why was he bailed out? Why?
Ask the High Court judge to bail him out.
I wouldn't like to see these people in power, Christian
Sir, on my channel I don't get people over there. We can't hear you. We get proper sound. So if you want to find out why he was bailed, go and ask the High Court judge who released him. Sir, come forward. So, see this gentleman here?
Yes.
See, I love him. I met him today for the first time. And what I'm going to do, don't run away from me, man. Don't run. See, I'm going to put this on him.
See you, audience.
Yeah, see. So come forward, sir. So I had a conversation with you earlier on. Don't be scared. And you said to me, you've been coming here for a long time, and you wanted to engage with Bob. Have you seen him yet?
No. Not yet. I can't find him yet.
Yeah. So what is it about Bob? Shut up! So what is it about Bob that you love?
Well, it's not just Bob. I love everybody else, everyone else here. But Bob in particular, because he's a very powerful Christian. And when he represents all Christianity, he has enforced my belief in certain grey areas.
What do you mean enforce? Did he ram it down your throat to enforce it, to make sure you swallowed it?
Of course not.
So what do you mean by enforce?
I mean enforcing is to understand a certain script in the Bible that some people might not find it clear enough. Bob is a very well-educated man, as well as David, as well as as well as Uncle Sam. There's a lot of good people out here who knows what they're talking about 100%. They're not even 99% sure, they're 100% sure. And that's the beauty of what they're doing here. They're trying to spread the word, the truth of Jesus Christ and what he has done for us and crucified for our sins, and for us to live in an eternity in heaven if we repent and ask for forgiveness for all of the sins we've done wrong. Yes, for me, there are certain general ideas that we should already know this by now, but there are certain bits of depth into these conversations where you still don't understand it. For me, I can understand to a certain level, but I can tell you from now, I still don't understand majority of it yet. But I'm still here, still learning, and I'm still here trying to adapt and ask questions, because that's what I'm trying to do at the moment.
Over the last few months, we've seen a lot of violence going on down here at Speaker's Corner, and I put it down to the fact that it's very passionate down here. People love their religion, so anything that's said that's against a particular religion, then it explodes. Yeah. Why do you think the violence is progressively getting worse and worse here at Speaker's Corner?
In my opinion, I believe that everyone's too emotional, and their belief has been misguided, some of them.
But misguided by what?
By how they, I guess, their culture, their belief, on how they grew up in, and how they express their own way of what God is, I guess.
Do you believe that I'm of the opinion that the reason violence is increasing is because of YouTube channels and social media in general down here at Speaker's Corner, and I justify what I mean. A lot of things down here is edited. People are putting out a particular narrative, but also certain events are created purely for clicks. I do not edit. I give everything.
I appreciate that.
And but when you edit to put out a particular narrative, you're creating a false perception of Speaker's Corner. And also what I have noticed is that young people who don't know how this place operates, what they are doing is coming down here, hearing something and reacting to what they're hearing, not realising that Speaker's Corner, you can say basically anything within reason.
True. I believe, in my opinion, that we still have to fight for them, even though they want to fight us. We have to fight for them again, every Sunday. Come back and try to show them a different way every single Sunday. I mean, every day would be ideal, but we don't have that freedom here. So we can only do every Sunday, where we can freely speak out properly, and people kind of mass gang around here, where we could all actually have a good conversations. And I can see a lot of people getting very emotional. I don't know why. I guess they should kind of calm down when they come to Speaker's Corners, so they can understand other people's belief, not just your own. Because when you try to fixate your ideas to somebody else and they don't get it, you're forcing them to understand something they don't. That's the problem nowadays. It's they don't understand your belief. If you're not clear on it, they won't understand it, no matter how many times you say it. That's why there's certain people who still don't want to know the truth when, let's say, Bob or any of those good lads that come here, when they try to spread the words and they deny his words. That's why Bob still comes here every Sunday, and I've seen him 6 years plus. So why would he stop today? Why would he stop next week? Why wouldn't he want to comment anymore? The fact that he still keeps coming, the fact that he still preaches, it gives me hope that he's still trying to save as much as he can every single Sunday.
Excellent stuff, but he hasn't arrived yet.
And that's fine.
Normally, they start turning up now.
That's fine.
But what I'm going to do, I'm going to engage with my man here now. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, come, don't be hiding from me. Yeah, you're going to come round. Thanks a lot.
The big nose.
Come now, sir.
I have the big nose, please.
What?
Oh.
Hold on.
The miracle of the Mark Street.
Hold on. Testing.
None of us sodomites, not a sex trafficker, this is a lie.
So how do I describe? Come forward a bit.
The big nose. My name is the big nose.
So let me put on my. So you're Mr. Big Nose.
The big nose.
So I had the big nose. So how are you feeling today, Big Nose?
Very well, thank you. And you?
Yeah. So you have to explain to StreetMic, why do you find it necessary or appropriate every single week, or when you come down there, to wear Big nose.
In order to keep myself safe from the undesirables, such as bad Muslims, perhaps bad Christians, bad other religions or faith.
So are you trying to tell me, that at Speaker's Corner, especially today, the reason you are wearing the mask, you're wearing a mask
I'm not
like
wearing a mask.
NX121, the firearms officer who is in Westminster Magistrates Court, charged with murder. You're doing the same thing as him. So you are wearing a mask
so you brought me
because
here to talk to
you
me
are
like that.
protecting
Okay.
your identity.
That's right. So how would you know that?
How would I know
now,
what?
You see, you.
No, how
you
would I
tricked
know
me.
what?
Okay.
How would I know what?
How would you know that man was defending his identity? Did you go to the court?
Yes, I was there, sir. If you watch my stuff, you would have known.
Yeah.
I was at the court from 9 a.m. last Thursday when he appeared charged with murder. And the reason why his identity...
So what
let
was
me
the
down,
situation?
Rasta!
I know,
Let me down!
I already know.
No, but the people online may not know. The reason he's protecting...
It's not what he was.
No, hold on. You asked me a question and I'm answering it.
I said I know.
No, but the people online might not know.
All right, sorry.
I'm about education.
Yes, he's a very good educator.
He's trying to protect his identity, and the system is protecting his anonymity by wearing a mask.
Yes, that's what they do.
Big up.
Now, anyone here who has a belief, please come forward. I'm willing to question you. And I promise you, none of you will... Right. Do you have a belief?
And you can engage. Go on, engage with the gentleman.
Do you have a belief?
Yes, I have
let me put the microphone on.
What do you believe in?
I believe in atheism.
Oh, atheism.
That's not a belief?
No, that's for Muslims.
That's for... Okay.
I have no belief myself.
Oh, I see.
You understand? But mine is different with you. So they will challenge you, Muslims and the others, but they can't challenge me.
Because you don't believe
Because
anything.
they would say to you, oh, that is a belief itself, not believing in anything. But I have no belief, so you cannot challenge me. Anyway.
But you do have a belief. You are talking crap.
Okay.
If you've got to protect your identity, you're believing that unless you do, you're under threat. So instantaneously, you've contradicted yourself.
Right.
Big up.
Now, tell me, what is a belief?
Me no know.
You see,
a lack of understanding.
I got you.
A lack of understanding. See this gentleman here. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, we have spoken. I have spoken to him last.
I spoke to him. I speak to everyone.
Not with me.
Speak to this guy. You know.
I'm trying to.
The big fake guy. You know. I don't know what he's talking about.
No education. See?
Come on, tell me.
Attacking
Say something. Say something.
Yeah, okay.
Say something.
Do you have a belief, sir?
Oh, yeah, of course I have a belief.
Okay, what is it that you believe in?
Believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There's no one worthy of worship except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, who's the creator of everything.
How do you know that?
Quran tell me.
You see, it's called
Messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell
him. Wait a moment. Did you understand?
Yeah.
So when I ask him how does he know, he will refer me to the book. Now,
why? Yeah, that's the only thing I can.
But how do you know the book is true?
Yeah, that's the good question.
Thank you.
Know that's come from from our ancestors. You know they brought it
because the book comes from the ancestors.
You know, yes,
therefore,
of course. Yeah,
it's Allah.
Allah. They told us Allah, and Quran told us Allah, and Quran told us Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
I am the minister of Brazil.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, if you're lying, that's your problem.
If you lie,
not mine.
Do you accept that?
No. Well, if you're saying, I believe that. If you're not,
why?
Why? Because you say that.
Okay,
I don't think you're a liar.
No,
if you're a liar, then it's a proof to everybody.
What
you see?
is your reason?
Yeah. Read it. Did you ever read it?
Okay.
Did you ever read Quran?
Yes, I have.
So, if you don't believe Quran, which is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how you believe me?
But how do you know it's the word of Allah? How do you know?
Yeah, you read yourself.
But how?
Allah will tell you.
I didn't understand it.
Well, this is your problem.
Okay, but how do you understand?
Yeah.
How do you understand?
Allah gave him two eyes, brain,
how do you
and
understand?
ear. And look at that. He has a wonderful face, and he's hiding.
Okay,
look
but
at that.
How do you know,
what kind of person he is?
It's fine.
Come on.
Attack me.
I'm not attacking.
Answer the question.
I'm not attacking.
How do you know? How do you know the Quran is the word of Allah?
I believe that. I believe it. I read it. I read it,
that's
and
fine.
I believe it.
One moment.
Seeing is a believing, and a believing is a seeing. I see the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I see everything.
Yes, okay.
But this guy, he couldn't see show his face.
It's all right.
What kind of person? Yeah, his ugly face. That's why he's hiding. There must be something.
He's running away. What is a belief? Define belief.
I've told you believe that I believe that one creator who created everything for you, and he sent messenger Moses, Jesus,
my question was belief. Define belief. Illiterate.
Yeah.
I said to you, illiterate.
You see?
Belief. What is a belief?
Now you don't understand.
What is a belief?
If you don't understand Quran, if you don't understand the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you don't understand nothing.
It's
you are
fine.
blind, you are a deaf,
so what he's saying,
you are a fool.
I have to believe in Quran first.
Okay, sir.
Therefore,
thank you very, very much. Yeah, Allah show him.
Big up.
You see, that's one of them. So he wasn't able to define what belief is. What he was saying to me, I have to believe in Quran first. The slippery slope fallacy. So you have to believe in the Allah first, and the rest will follow up to your throne.
But this man tried to justify his belief by saying that evidence to support that belief is found in the Quran. Regardless if it's true or not, what is wrong with that?
Very good. So you say there is evidence, yes?
Thank you very much.
All right. So because you found the evidence, how do you know it was from Allah? How do you know it was from Allah? How can you
I don't know. No, let me done, Rasta.
You
just like I don't know about the Bible. I'm not interested in religion. But if all of their scholars have done their research over the centuries and justified the words in the various religious texts, that is good enough for me of evidence.
You don't know when I asked you, but you accept them, yes?
Say that again?
Understand what you just said?
I do. I understand you, and I'm accepting what you're saying.
Thank you.
Yeah. No. But let me justify. Listen, you have a belief.
No, I have no belief.
Listen, man, you have a belief that you have no belief.
That's not a belief.
And because you have a belief, I respect it. It doesn't mean I love you. I think you're nutcase. I think you're nutcase having to wear a mum. Look how beautiful I am. Look how beautiful I am. Look, you're beautiful. So let me see your face.
No.
Take it off.
Big up. Take it off. Take it off.
Now let's go back to your people. Why can't you bring them to me? I challenge them. Since you
hold on. I'm StreetMic. I don't have to bring them. You go and get them, and I'll permit you to go on YouTube now.
Why they don't want to talk? Why they don't want to answer my question?
Because they think you're nutcase.
Well, no, but nutcase, that's an attack, yes?
Yes.
But what comes out of my mouth is logical, yes?
No, it's not. What comes out of your mouth is illogical, and because of your perception of a mask, let me done, Rasta. Because of this mask, it gives the perception that you're fake, and you're talking fake, and you can't show yourself. Look at me. Look how beautiful StreetMic is.
It is not what he is, but what has he?
I know what he has.
Yes.
I don't know.
Exactly. So it is not what he is, but what has he? Did you understand that?
No. Educate me. I know you are a highly educated gentleman. Yeah. Educate me what is meant by those lovely Shakespearean words.
Oh, okay.
It's about education. And what's this bag you got in your hand?
Bag of tricks.
A bag of tricks?
Yes, I have.
And what's in it?
Well,
show me what's in your bag of tricks.
I have, these people talk.
It's not a vibrator, is it?
He says, it's in my heart, I feel it, I'll tell them, Where in your heart do you see your God?
Hold on. So I'm looking at the left ventricle, the right ventricle. So why are you bringing a heart?
Because when somebody tells me, "Oh, God is in my heart," I feel it. I say, "Where in the heart do you feel that's that?" And that's what Muslims used to say. The earth was flat. Yes. Where is the flatness of this?
So you've bought an earth. You've bought a heart.
Where is it flat? Actually,
is that donkey?
No, that is a fish.
That's a fish.
How do you know it's a donkey?
No. That is whatever you tell me it is.
Okay, it's a fish.
If I say it's pink, it's pink.
Wait a minute. Do you accept that?
No.
Why not?
Because I've been told something else.
Therefore, it's justifiable to you only. Yes? You've accepted the fool's version of this.
I accept whatever I'm told.
Why?
I might not believe it, but I accept it.
So why would you accept that?
If you, sir, I'm trying to create dialogue with you. If you say to me, it's a donkey, I hope, or it's a fish, if you have credibility, you should come here and be honest.
Listen,
if it's not, and I know it's not, you look mad.
I call this fish. Who would accept this?
As a fish?
Yeah, fish.
Only you?
Yes. You see, so you have nothing to offer. That is why you run away from my logic.
Or illogic.
Do you accept this as a fish? Yes? No? Fish.
22nd century, if someone showed this to you as a human, what would you call this?
All you have to say,
identify
all you have to answer my question.
Identify?
Do you accept this fish?
I don't accept nothing you say, but I want you to identify this for me.
What is it?
You tell me, because you're holding it in your hand.
I said it's a fish.
To me, that's been
he's
taught
not
as a
even
donkey.
focused. You have ADHD.
It's a mammal that we call a donkey. What do you call it?
How would you know that?
E-R.
Okay, how do you know? You've been taught that?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, amongst all other humans. The same way you're taught.
This exists here, yes? This exists.
What, the donkey?
Yes.
Or the animal?
The donkey exists or don't?
The donkey does exist.
Does exist.
Yeah.
And now talk to me about your Allah.
To me, I stuck for a laugh, man.
Yes.
You are a coward.
Because
you're
it
nothing
exists.
but a man in a mask. I promise you, you've got nothing in between your legs. That's why you done this. You're just a coward.
I don't understand why you get
are a coward. I swear to God. A'udhu Allah, you are a coward.
All right.
I want to cuss your mother, but I'm not that low. You're a coward. I swear to God, you're a coward. You're a coward. I'm not that low. You're a coward. I'm not angry. I'm calm.
I have asked you a philosophical question.
I hope God.
Why? Okay, that's all right.
You're a dickhead.
That's all right. I'm a dickhead. I'm everything.
Look how much of a coward you've done. You just done that on the camera.
Come on, it's all right.
You recorded
Come
this.
out of it. Come out.
You are a pussy. That's what you are. I'm not even joking. You're actually a pussy.
Oh, he's getting angry.
Your father didn't raise you right.
Give him.
You hear always. I'm not going to hear.
Listen.
What are you on? You're shaitan. What are you telling me to hear him for?
There you go. You see,
that's scary, man.
Control yourself.
Oh, you're
talking. Why He-Man? Tell me this. Why He-Man invented philosophy? Tell me. Why He-Man being invented philosophy? Tell me.
I don't want to listen to you, man.
Thank you very much. We go.
Fuck this guy. He's invisible to me.
Take off your mask.
See, everyone in now wants to see your face because it gives your arguments more credibility.
You should respect my wish. I respect your wish. You have beard, glasses. I am a coward, yes. But you're not able to talk. Look at you.
You have nothing in between your legs. Yeah, I could tell you don't even have kids, LA.
Okay, I don't have a kid. There you go. You can.
I can't believe you just done that on camera, fam. You dickhead guy.
I put you a philosophical question. It's because you're illiterate, that's why you don't understand.
Why would you do that to your creator on camera when you know it's on live?
What creator?
The person that gave you life. Why would you say that? What did you gain? Did it satisfy you? Did it satisfy your soul? Did it satisfy your soul? Did it satisfy your soul? You see what you did? Did it satisfy your soul?
What are you talking about?
What did it do for you? How did it make you feel better?
Who?
Try to compare your creator
All right,
to that.
I challenge you different. I create.
Do you
accept that? Do you accept that? You see, bring somebody educated, please. He's getting upset. It's too...
Are you implying, sir?
Who can challenge me?
Big nose. Are you implying that you are the only educated person that can... He wants... Either you can challenge Big Nose.
Myself. Anybody can challenge me.
I want to say something.
No.
Can I say something? I wanted to say something which is... around the world, there's a secret genocide that is happening right now, but the media is not talking about it. And what am I talking about? There's a huge percentage of excess deaths per week all around the world. And in some countries up to 20 to 30%. It's even larger because you would expect, under normal circumstances, there's a baseline, you would expect it to be lower because there's a large number of people have died because of COVID.
We are not going down the COV route. Do not do that. I knew you wouldn't go there. When you go there, you get bans on YouTube. So we're not, you know that, we've engaged before. Do not do that. You deal with Piers Corbyn. I deal with Piers, but I do not film him because you get bans on YouTube when you talk about COVID. I believe in the freedom of speech, but YouTube does not permit it. So we are not talking about COVID. We are not talking about COVID. You can talk about anything. Hold on. You can talk about anything, not COVID.
What about Russell Brand? I wanted to bring up Russell Brand.
Yeah, let's talk about Russell Brand. Yeah, he's a nasty man. Yeah, he has no respect for women. The perception I have of Russell Brand, is that I'm glad with a cancel culture, everyone's cancelling him because he has no respect for women. The things he has been saying about women for years has been coming true. And I'm glad that women are now coming forward and accusing him of rape. And I hope that if a charge of rape is brought before the courts of this great country, a jury will convict him. And he's talking about he's having sex with 80 women a day. And you can see by his behaviour he's a bad man. So I want to see him go through the courts. I want to see him charged. I want to see him convicted. I only hope, that he's found guilty. But if the court finds him not guilty, then he's innocent.
Now, I think there's two separate issues. One is whether or not he's guilty. Let's put that aside for the time being. The second question is, why, after all these years, have they done this investigation and trying to destroy him now? So let's put aside the fact that he may be guilty. I don't know, he might be guilty. But I think because he's been challenging the establishment media, and he's got more people viewing him than CNN.
So he's a threat.
Yes. They're trying to destroy him because he's destroying the mainstream media.
Hold on. If I can come in there, You're saying I'm coming political, If you know me, sir, StreetMic is bloody political. Yes. I don't come down here just to deal with crap religion on a weekly basis. I'm more interested in politics. Bigger. So let's talk about that.
Now, the other guy who's in prison now, what's his name?
Tate.
Well, he was accused of rape in Sweden, if you remember. Now, two women accused him of...
Oh, so yeah. You're on about... No.
Julian Assange. Julian Assange was also destroying the established narrative that America is good, that the invasion was good. He showed a video of Americans randomly shooting innocent people in Iraq, and that destroyed America's reputation around the world. So in order to get back at him, it turns out that those two women who made these allegations against him, they worked at the U.S. Embassy in Washington, and they themselves withdrew the allegations.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Anyone who knows me will know I love to be devil's advocate.
Yes.
Is it not correct that Julian Assange risks the national security of this world by what he leaked, by what he allowed to be leaked? And I'm being devil's advocate.
Let's talk about what he leaked. There's a video of innocent people being shot, and there was a car, and behind the car there were innocent children. the American soldiers just shot at them, and people ran over to help them, and the people who ran over to help them, they shot them as well. And then there's video footage of people just normally walking, and the Americans were shooting them for fun, shooting them and murdering them for fun. And this challenged the establishment of the U.S. being the good guy, and it embarrassed the U.S. administration. It embarrassed them to such a degree that people were calling for his death. Now, they were trying to get at him for a long time. Now, the parallel with this situation is that Julian Assange was probably not a nice person. Just about everybody who's met him has said he's not a nice person. Russell Brand also probably is not a nice person. He's probably very dislikable. But let's put aside the fact that they may not be nice people. Let's talk about what they're actually doing in terms of challenging the establishment and challenging the narrative and the media.
I fully agree with you in regards to the examples you use of the American bombers shooting. Let's agree on that. Let's agree. If it's for fun or not, I'm not going there. But let's agree what we saw was wrong. But I personally believe, I'm now giving you my belief, that leaking was the wrong approach. I believe it's the wrong approach. And I do, I honestly believe the Americans have to be held to account for what they did, but not in the way, not in the way Julian has done it. Because the bigger picture is that the world's security has now been compromised by leaking disinformation in the way it has.
In what way? In what way has it been compromised?
Because relationships are now under threat. That has long-term consequences in regards to the modus operandi of certain governments. I'm not saying I agree, but there just like with your family, don't you agree your family needs to have secrets that stay in your family?
I think you might be right, because one of the other things that was leaked is that the Saudis and the Israelis were planning together to attack Iran. Now the Iranians and the Saudis were getting close, and they were going to resolve their differences. And the Saudi king was going to come to Tehran, and they were going to make up. This is years and years ago. Now, because of the leak, the Iranians said, hang on a minute, these people want to make up with us. At the same time, they're telling the Israelis to attack us. So we don't want to make friends with them. And then the hostility grew and grew, and you had the civil war in Syria as a result of this. So you might well be correct. However, people who might disagree with you might say that the truth is more important than
the consequences.
I don't know what the answer is. But if you're correct, and you might well be correct, if that thing between Iran and Saudi Arabia was not leaked, we might have had peace 15 years ago, and we probably would not have had a civil war in Syria and in Libya.
But no, I agree with you, but one thing that is really great is that we have the opportunity to engage, to talk and to discuss. I believe there is too much secrecy in this world, with governments. For example, the Conservative government, the Labour Party, specifically, with that word I said we can't use on YouTube, there's things that have been hidden. But, we will eventually get to the truth. But sometimes, if you release every single piece of information, it creates more problems that you're solving. But I do agree, freedom of information, we should be given more information about what is happening in this world. And eventually we will know the truth. We may not find out the truth in the next 5 years, 10 years, but eventually we will find the truth.
Two more examples.
One. Okay. And then I want some religious debate.
Okay. One more example. Abu Ghraib. When the photographs was taken in Abu Ghraib of men being raped and things like that, they were so embarrassed that they stopped that practice. So it could also be true that by leaking that information about Abu Ghraib, it stopped it from happening. Because
there's good that comes out. Yeah.
And the other example is UFOs. UFOs, we were told for decades and decades, if you believe UFOs exist, you must be a lunatic. Now the American government themselves are holding Senate hearings from American officials, credible sources saying they've seen UFOs. They've interacted with UFOs. They've been abducted by UFOs.
But is the evidence being given by these individuals at these Senate hearings? Isn't it true that it's hearsay and the American government is not releasing the information you would like it to release? Because in releasing that information, just say for example, there are other life forms out there. They might be better than ours. Yeah, that could also mean that, you know, our ideology in regards to religion is bullshit. So therefore, it's not in their interest to release this stuff because of what it would cause the problems.
It's a very interesting question, because on the one hand, they could argue that releasing this information would panic the population.
Yes.
Panic the population. On the other hand, it's also true that by not releasing it, that they may well have used alien technology to get an upper hand against other countries and be able to bully other countries.
Yes.
So that's also true. So you have to weigh things up, because if the truth was exposed, maybe the US government would not have dared do these terrible things and create this
Can I give you my opinions on UFOs?
Yes.
I do not believe in UFOs. I believe they are
man-made.
Man-made, and they're being tested for the future. Just like stealth bombers. Years ago, people used to see these things flying around, and then it was disclosed what they really were.
Yeah. If you look at the timing of why these things are being released, I think I might well agree with you, because at the moment the establishment is realizing that Russia is going to win the war against Ukraine, so that's a dead end. So so Russia is going to prevail. That means which enemies do they have, and they're not strong enough to challenge China. So they might come up with a fake invasion by UFOs to justify increases in defense spending.
Big up. Listen, as normal, it's great to engage with you, and it's great to engage down here. I'm bored with religious crap, but let's go and listen to some religious chat now. But thank you very much.
About challenging the establishment, and why is it particularly now that Russell Brand has been attacked? Is it because his thing is very successful? He's got 6.5 million subscribers. To only 300,000 people watch Newsnight. He's got 6 million people watching him every night. And
but I agree with you. But the problem when you have so many people who listen to every single word, they believe anything that comes out of your mouth because they cannot be challenged. That is the danger.
Yes, but he's also challenging the establishment narrative. But he's coming up with evidence as well. I listen to him a lot. I don't particularly like him that much, but I listen to him, and what he says is extremely wise. For example, the fact that the lawmakers in America are taking backhanders from pharmaceutical companies, and they themselves write legislation.
I hear you, but anyway, I'm gonna thank you very much. So for those of you who are watching, we're now going to get some religious. No more.
No, I want to
no more. We want some religion.
All right.
So we're now going to get some religion. Big up.
Amen. Exactly. God manifested in flesh. That's what Jesus.
Use my God. So when you say that,
let me try and get in now. I don't want to get in your way, sir. No, you stay there. No, you stay there. You stay there. You stay there.
Jesus himself was not God.
Excuse me.
God be used by another God.
Can I get in there?
God is the living incarnation of himself, his image. That meaning we are all God. What is
we are all gods.
What in the image
no
of
way.
God?
How we are all gods?
Because we are created in the image of God. In the sense where
so we are all
decided to decipher my language and my tongue has literal meaning. So what you're doing is you are looking about the language in which I am using. You're not heeding to the message in which is being presented and it's being presented to you ahead. So what you're doing is you have a cognitive block already. So you're not willing to listen and you're not willing to see
I am listening to you.
See, that's what you're doing. You've gone into a defense. I didn't say you're not listening to me. I just said that it is a fundamental thing of human beings to have that
traits about themselves.
Okay, you
I'm
know.
a very reasonable human being.
Okay,
And I don't condemn
thank you very
others, but I'm
much.
also willing
Now
to...
can I again, thank you very much, very nice of you. You're a young man, you're speaking, you're also giving me a chance. And of course I'm a Muslim and you're a Christian. And as Muslims we believe in our Holy Quran, everything in our Holy Quran. As a Christian, do you believe everything in your Bible? You do. Okay, let me give a verse from the Bible to you. Now, this is Jesus speaking. It's written in the Bible. Okay? What Jesus said is quoted in the Christian Bible. In the Gospel according to John, chapter 7, verse 29, Jesus says, but I know him because I am from him and he sent me. So Jesus says about God, but I know him because I am from him and he sent me. Gospel according to John, chapter 7, verse 29. So is it true, like Jesus said, that God sent Jesus? Yes or no?
You've just proven my point, yes.
So God sent Jesus.
Yes, I'm not going to do
thank you very much.
Your intention to your intention to do that.
You
was
answered
to try
me.
And discredit.
You answered me. Thank you very much.
Because it definitely means exactly everything you said.
You answered me. Excuse me. You can speak.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me. Okay. Thank you very much. You answered me. Okay. Now, we Muslims believe there's only one God. In Surah Al-Ikhlas, Surah chapter number 114. Okay.
Can I ask you?
Hold on. In Surah Al-Ikhlas, Surah chapter number 114, ayah verse number 1, Allah says, Kul huwallahu ahad. Say Allah, He is one. Now, so we believe God Almighty Allah is one. Now here, do you believe God is one?
Yes, with all of us.
Right. Here this verse I just read to you, where Jesus said that I am from him, from God, and he sent me. So excuse me, can you let him speak?
He will speak when he wants to.
Yeah, so why you talking?
So for those of you who are watching, my name is Wendell Daniel and welcome to StreetMic, and we're coming to you live and direct from the regular Sunday Mayhem down here at Speaker's Corner. If this is the first time you've seen StreetMic, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Let's go back and listen.
That God sent him and he is from him. Now you tell me, when God sent Jesus, did God send God? Or did God send a prophet?
God came down himself in the form of Jesus.
Himself. So when God came down himself, are you saying there was no God up there?
God is everywhere. God is omnipotent. Everywhere at any point in time. It doesn't matter whether he was there or was up there. If he's up there, he's also simultaneously down here. That's all I'm saying.
So you said when God is up there, he is also simultaneously down here. So excuse me. So that Jesus, according to you a Christian, that Jesus, is he the only one God? Yes or no?
God is God. Jesus is the Son of God. What you're trying to do is you're trying to morph and you're trying to warp my words against that, and that is language. And I'll give you a very simple.
I'm trying to speak.
I'm giving.
That's all I'm doing.
I understand.
Let him speak.
But
you can speak. So be quiet. No Muslim is speaking.
Me saying warping your language is not me saying that you're trying to manipulate. No, I'm saying that you have chosen what you're wanting to heed to, and then you're picking apart the things that would make sense to you and make sense to your argument. And that is something that all of us human beings have a fundamental capacity to do. I have that capacity, and guess what? I'm truthful to myself to understand that I can do that. So I'm willing to heed the other side to see other perspectives. Okay. That's the problem with us human beings. I have a serious issue that I need to resolve, and so do all of us.
Look,
I hope that you listen to me. Actually, instead of standing here to try and convince other people what they should believe, rather give people understanding from your point of view and your life and how you've experienced things and teachings that you have been taught to then derive an understanding for themselves.
I was debating.
I'm not debating.
Listen.
I'm just trying to reason.
Listen. I was debating. I was reading your Bible even maybe 30 years before you were born. Okay? So I know what I'm talking about.
Definitely.
Okay? Now.
I just don't feel like the age has to do with somebody's capacity to comprehend things about life. I feel like I've been blessed to be brought up the way I've been brought up, because I have a realization and an understanding and a comprehension that most people are not willing to comprehend.
Okay.
I see things from other perspectives.
Okay.
So
I'll give you another verse. I'll give you another verse in the Bible. All right? Since you come to Speaker's Corner, you're a Christian, let me give you more insight to what your Bible says. Okay, in the New Testament, in every Christian Bible, in the book of Acts, chapter 7, verse 55, Stephen, the first martyr amongst the Christians, okay, Stephen, he's speaking. What did Stephen say? In the book of Acts, chapter 7, verse 55. But Stephen, full of the Holy Spirit, looked up to heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. So is it true that is it true that when Stephen looked up to heaven, he saw Jesus standing at the right hand of God? Is that true?
So is the Holy Spirit.
Is that true?
Yes.
That Jesus was standing at the right hand of God?
Yes.
So whilst God is sitting on his throne, Jesus is standing at the right hand of God. Yes?
Yes.
So that means God, the one who is sitting on the throne, he is the creator. He is the God Almighty of Jesus and us all. Imagine the king. He sits on the throne. His bodyguards, people around him will stand up around the king. And here we have Jesus standing at the right hand of God. So there's two there. There's one God who is sitting on the throne, and there is Jesus standing on the right hand of God, yeah? So that makes two, yeah? So are they both God? The one who is sitting on the throne?
I've answered your question. I've answered your question.
So they are both God?
I've answered your question.
No,
I honestly have answered your question.
Okay, I'm an old man. Answer again. So they are both God. No, come on. You should be shy. You should be happy. You came to Speaker's Corner. A Muslim is asking you a question.
No,
you should be very happy.
A cycle here, and I've already got into the root of it.
Huh? No, come on, bro.
Huh?
Come on. Come on.
I've nipped it in the bud.
Okay, another thing. Mary gave birth to Jesus, yeah? Mary never gave birth to God. Is that true? Is that true? Mary, blessed, I will stay there. Blessed Maryam, Honorable Maryam, Mary gave birth to her baby son Jesus. She never gave birth to God, did she?
She gave birth to Jesus. That's literally what I've said. And I said that God came to Jesus at the time that he needed to come through him to get his message.
So God came to Jesus.
Oh my goodness. I don't know how to...
Or did Jesus go to God? Because God is Almighty. Brother, Jazakallah khair. Excuse me. Come on. Excuse me. Oh, why are we waiting? Actually, look at this way.
Everybody...
Brother, don't give them an excuse.
No, he's speaking to me. I'm respecting him to speak.
No, you're speaking with me, man.
Huh?
Come on. See, brother, what happened?
He said I'm an old man.
Come on.
I said yes. And I said...
Brother, so I leave him to you, yeah? Okay, so leave it. Let me speak. Come this way. Come this way. Hey, don't you let the youngster speak.
I'm asking you. Are you ready?
Ready for what?
To have a debate about your idolatry, your Islamic idolatry.
What nonsense you're talking about? You have statues of Jesus on the church? Yes?
No.
Do you have statues of... Brother, you wrecked the meeting. Come on, you're talking. You're talking to me. Okay? Be quiet. Be there first. Excuse me. Come back.
I don't need to.
This is what happens.
I don't need to advertise my belief. I just believe what I believe, and I would hope that people can understand.
Come on, but what you believe is not right. What you believe is not right. You have to become a Muslim. Jesus himself was a Muslim.
You want to curse him?
He wasn't God.
That is the worst thing in life.
What is?
To become a follower of Islam, your man-made religion.
Okay.
Yes. Let's start with your book. Let's start with the book that you rely on. Uthman book.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Your so-called Quran.
And your Bible is Paul's Bible.
Uthman book.
Okay.
Anybody can just check. Just Google 1924 standardization.
No matters. Hey,
it's shouting. Okay. What is your point?
Okay.
I'm saying you and I should talk about your religion, your Islam.
He says, "What's your point?"
Yeah.
He carries on speaking. So when you say, "What's your point?" Be quiet. Let me make my point.
Good.
Right.
It must be that you and I...
Again, his mouth is open.
To do with the fact that you and I are going to discuss...
Excuse me.
And I are going to discuss...
Can somebody give him a lock? He can lock his mouth while I speak. Quiet.
I'm listening.
Quiet.
Go on.
Okay.
Go on. Yes.
Excuse me. Okay. Jamal. Okay. Yeah, the donkey's in the house. The donkey is in the house. Eat on. Jamal. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Jazakallah khair. Okay. Okay, excuse me. We Muslims believe in our Holy Quran.
Continue.
Do you believe in your Bible?
Continue.
I ask you a question. Where's the answer?
Continue. Just.
I've asked you a question. Answer the question.
What is your question?
Okay, again. Use your ears.
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Okay.
What is it?
Okay. We Muslims believe in our Holy Quran.
Yeah.
From the beginning to the end.
Yes.
Everything in our Holy Quran, the surah, the chapters, the ayahs, the verses, the words, the letters, we believe in.
Yeah.
As a Christian, do you believe in everything in your Bible?
Good. Now, listen to me.
And
I'm going to answer you as I want to.
Answer the question.
I told you that we're going to talk about your religion.
Do you believe or not?
Listen, we're going to talk about your religion. We're going to talk about your religion. Your Quran, I believe in chapter 35.
I've talked with this preacher before. This preacher created
angels to have wings.
He let the first Christian boy go. He won't let him speak. Now he's talking. He won't let him speak.
Says that angels have wings. Allah created angels to have wings. Angel having wings was something that Christians invented in the 4th century. The people that put together Islam, they copied things from Christians without actually understanding.
How can an
angel, are you listening to me?
The prophet
angel
never knew how to
wings.
write, never knew how to read. How can he
having
so
wings.
perfectly and even better?
Okay, all those lies come from Buhari and Sahih Muslim. And everybody knows that Muhammad collected 600,000 hadiths.
From where?
But he only released about 7,000, meaning that he is the one that has told Muslims what to believe. Again, Uthman. Always remember that word. When you say Uthman, remember man. Uthman is the one that decided what the Qurans that Muslims should believe. There were multiple Qurans. He is the one that decided the versions Muslims should believe. And even if you go into that version, It says that Allah created angels to have wings. Angels to have wings. All the angels that we knew, Christians and Muslims have had multiple interactions with angels. All the angels were like men until the first. I just lost the name. Tertullian. Until the Christian Tertullian invented the concept of angels having wings. And so when you Google, everybody, when you Google angel having wings, you will see that it is a Christian invention that Muslims copied into their most holy book. They copied it into the most holy book and claimed that Allah created angels with wings. That is enough to show that Islam is a false religion. Thank you.
Did Jesus speak in the cradle in your Bible?
I finished. Thank you. I finished. Huh? Oh, your mic. Oh, the other one. This one here. Oh, I didn't even know when you did that. See, I'm so discreet. You're so discreet. So cool. Thank you.
So did Jesus speak in the cradle?
I'm just like, wow, a lot has changed here.
Yeah.
So. Hey, let me answer you guys a couple of questions. Don't be scared of me. Don't be scared. Come forward, sir. So if you look in the camera. So let me put a microphone on you. I'll do it just to get good sound. So don't be scared. So, good afternoon, sir. What's your name?
Tristan.
Tristan,
yeah.
Kristen. So, what are you doing down here at Speaker's Corner with this beautiful young lady?
I was down here shopping in London, and I thought I'd have a look around and see what it was all about.
And do you know what this place is?
Not really, no.
It's called Speaker's Corner, and it's world renowned. So, what do you think of Speaker's Corner so far?
I think it's good. I think it's very good. Good debates, very good.
So, how long have you been here so far?
A couple of hours.
Yeah. What's been your favourite so far?
There was a good guy across there. I don't know who he's called, but he's preaching well. Yeah.
So, it's mainly religion down here, but quite often you get all kinds of other stuff. You get what I'm saying. There's a young lady over there. Have you seen her with the red hair?
Yeah.
What do you think of Rational Female?
Crazy.
Put the camera around to you. She's crazy. So I'm going to tell her that's my wife.
Is it?
I'm a sugar daddy. I'm only joking. So no. She's new down here, and she's trying, to engage people. So, but how far have you come, sir?
From Nottingham.
Nottingham. Oh, so you're enjoying it down here, yeah? So you can find StreetMic. Yeah, we're live at the moment. So do you want my business card?
Yeah, I'll
set you up. And make sure you hit subscribe. Big up.
So what are you then? Are you a Muslim or a Christian?
Me? I can't stand religion.
Yeah, but Jesus is not a religion. Jesus is not a religion. He's a saviour.
I just come down here and do whatever. I'm not into religion. I engage with everyone, and because I had no interest in religion, I can engage with so many people.
Do you believe in God then?
I don't believe in religion.
How do you know?
Yeah.
I follow you, yeah.
Well, it's nice to see you and the family out there. That's great. Enjoy your day, yeah? So let me go and find some more chat here at the corner. So I'm coming back. So it's getting rowdy down here, and I can't see none of the heavyweights down here yet. so I can't see none of the heavyweight speakers down here yet. So let me go and engage with the Sheikh. Hey, what's happening, man?
Where's your boy Leo, man?
Huh?
Where's your Leo? Where's your Leo?
Brother Leo?
Yeah.
I never know when Brother Leo's coming.
Did he come?
He don't tell me nothing.
You got some good footage, man. I watched the video before.
Go there.
I'm saying on my discussion, like you captured it perfectly. The angle, everything was really good.
Hey, Carl, let's have a little engagement with you. No. You can tell me about last week.
Here's one thing
No, but go backwards. Stay there. So, good afternoon to all of you who are watching. You may recall, what's your name, sir? Who? Sam. So you had the chance last week to engage for nearly an hour with Brother Leo Muhammad from the Nation of Islam. What was that like for you? And now you've looked back at the footage.
So the first thing I'll say is I really enjoyed the discussion, but I want to actually address the audience for a second, because there was this kind of conspiracy that developed that I was like some kind of paid person who was...
Don't listen to audience, man.
I just want to address this because it's interesting when someone has a conversation with someone who's much older than them, respectfully, in an inquisitive manner, they're like accused of collusion. I am not a Nation of Islam member, but I was interested because they have very unusual beliefs. So from my perspective, I really enjoyed the discussion. I learned a lot about their concept of Islam, or their interpretation, which is very different to the mainstream concept. But I enjoyed it, especially when they spoke about the UFOs. I found that very fascinating.
But now you looked back and you've seen the recording. You know, how would you rate what you saw? Because one thing Brother Leo Muhammad does, when you're engaging, you don't realise. It's not till you look back and you can say, wow, or next time I can do this or that. You know, do you have any criticisms in regards to your own approach on the day?
One thing that I think was really important, because when you're having a conversation with him, he's not just talking to you. He's kind of talking to not just the people who are around, and also people who will watch it. He's like very multi-layered in his approach. So there were times maybe I asked him a specific question, and then he kind of went a very long-winded way to get there, but I understood why he did it. I think for me, I wouldn't really change my approach necessarily, but I would try harder to keep it on topic. I would say. And maybe I would challenge them a bit more about some of the things they say, because at the time I was just asking questions.
Yeah, but I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I knew Brother Leo Muhammad was going to be here last week at 2 p.m. because I know certain things.
I didn't know that.
No, of course I know. and you know, one thing which I didn't know, because it was raining, he decided not to do the podium.
Oh, okay.
When it's the podium, it's normally him making a presentation, and then you ask questions at the end. But what I did really like about last week is the fact that it was a one-to-one conversation, and I would like to see more of that.
I also think that what the kind of Islamic majority do is just basically say you're not Muslim enough, or they don't really engage. They don't try to kind of identify why his interpretation is incorrect. It's just like insults. And I don't think you're really going to be able to contend with him, because he has a very good understanding of the text. He has his own particular interpretation. And if all you're doing is making it almost like a racial thing, you don't understand because you're from the Caribbean, you're never going to be able to connect with these individuals, because they've also experienced a lot of criticism from the Middle East on the basis of race. So it's very difficult to kind of get over that barrier if you're not willing to actually have a respectful discussion. And I think my hope is that some of these Dawah guys who do believe they're wrong can have a discussion about it and say, look, here's the reason why, and let it not be an insult thing. There's something I have noticed is there seems to be a lot of cultural discrimination between African black people in the Middle East. And it comes out in those moments. And I just find that to be a strange thing. And I never knew about that until I started coming to this park. I don't receive it because I'm not Muslim, but it's within that kind of Muslim world, there's a hierarchy. The Arab man is here, then it's the white man, and then the brothers at the bottom, in that kind of Islamic world. And I think that's a shame, personally. You can say I'm wrong, that's fine, but that's my interpretation.
Do you disagree with his assessment, sir?
When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in this book, you know.
It doesn't matter what's in the book, it's the people.
People, yeah. And
it's not Islam, it's the Middle Eastern culture.
It's the difference. I tell you, I love, you know, the very famous person, he was a slave. And listen to me, and he was from Africa. And, you know, and his name was Bilal. And you know, he was bought by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Listen to me.
I love this guy who was a slave.
And he is going to be Jannah before Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he was a slave. His status is that high. I respect, you know, all the blacks. Because due to that person, you know, doesn't matter what religion they have.
Can I respond to that for a second?
It's okay. That's to me. You know, it's wonderful. But in Islam, no color, no creed, no nothing. You know, if you are rich, you are poor. When we stay in a prayer, it's no color. You know, everybody standing in the same line. You know,
so this is the issue I have.
Can I just put a microphone on you, sir, to get good sound?
Okay.
So this is the problem I actually have. His example was, I respect you because there was a slave that Muhammad owned.
But this
wait.
Okay.
Listen carefully.
Yeah.
Listen carefully. I respect you people because Muhammad had a slave who was a good Muslim. Let me tell you something, my friend. I'm Nigerian. My ancestors were not enslaved. They were not on farms picking cotton. The only force that we battled was the British Empire for 100 years during colonization. That is the only thing that's ever happened to us. So I cannot connect with this slave narrative because my ancestors were not enslaved. 500 years ago, my ancestors had a kingdom, it's called the Kingdom of Benin. Fantastic place. So this is my issue. You attribute slavery with every single person who has my complexion, and I have a problem with this. And this is what I mean when I say in the Middle East, there is this culture of the Arab man being effectively the god and the brother being at the bottom. That's the issue. Why? Because in the Middle East, there was many people, listen carefully, There were many people in the Middle East historically who enslaved East African people. People who had my complexion. But you must know this. My ancestors were not enslaved, so I do not connect with this narrative. And my point was this. Here is my point. The Nation of Islam, listen, the Nation of Islam are a false form of Islam according to the majority. They are a minority group. They have their own theology, they have their own belief systems. I had a fantastic discussion with them last week. I do not agree with what they believe. Okay? I don't agree with what they believe. They believe some strange things. However, every single time they come here, the Arab man says, look at these black people and their stupid religion. That is the energy that's
very wrong.
So my Bob, you're older than me, so I'm going to show you respect. Let me just say one more thing.
Okay, no, sorry.
In the official theology of Islam, Muhammad says it. There's no difference between the white man, the black man, the yellow man, we're all equal. Fantastic. Muhammad's a prophet. But amongst the everyday community of people, there are differences. There is racial discrimination, there is issues. A brother can't go to Lebanon or Syria and marry their daughter. They say no, even if he's Muslim. They say no, we don't want you. My friend, listen, listen, I'm not Muslim. If I convert to... Hey, stop.
Yeah, brother, I agree with you. There is a good and bad everywhere. But they don't agree with you if you go.
If I convert to Islam tomorrow, I show myself to be a respectable individual. I go to London today to a Syrian family and say, I love your daughter, can I marry her? They say, I'm sorry, no. Because I'm a brother. That exists.
Try that.
That's a real thing.
I tell you, try that. Try that.
My brother, it's your time to speak as well.
No. Try that. I tell you. To us, if some individual does that, it's their problem, and they're going to be punished for that. We have no issue of color, language, creed, or anything, even religion. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, you are free to accept whatever religion you want.
What's your heritage, brother? Where are you from?
I'm from Pakistan.
No problem with the Pakistani man. No issue. No problem. Indian? No problem. You're not grouped into what I'm saying. I'm talking about Middle Eastern tribes. Middle Eastern tribes. And here's what I'm saying. You go to Saudi and you're Moroccan, they don't want you to marry their daughter. The Saudi doesn't want the Moroccan to marry their daughter. The Saudi doesn't want the Syrian, let alone the brother. That's how it is. This is a fact. Don't deny it. I'm not judging anybody. It's just a fact. No, I'm not judging. It's a fact. Am I lying? Am I lying?
I'm from North Africa.
Become a Muslim or marry your wife. Hey, become a Muslim.
I'm from North Africa. Tunisia. My uncle married Syria. What's wrong with that? My uncle is his wife from Syria. They have 5 children.
Yes.
No, so.
Will you become Muslim? Afford your wife.
I'm not looking for
Muslim family.
This is not an issue with the Islamic religion. I want to make this clear. This is not an Islam issue. This is a cultural issue.
This is a cultural thing. I will accept that.
This is everywhere is different. Culture is everywhere is different.
And the reason I'm mentioning this isn't because I'm Muslim, because I don't care about that. It's the fact that when the Nation of Islam come here, there is a racial element to the critique they receive. That is what I'm talking about.
No, that's very wrong, because I didn't speak to them, I didn't...
Wait, me and you ain't got any problems,
No.
It's not you. It's not you, I'm telling you.
Actually, I'll tell you one thing. It's only about individual. Because at the end of the day, when we pass away from here, we are the person, you are the person who's going to be responsible of your own deeds. It's not me or Arabs or anything. The only thing I respect Arabs, but if they didn't accept Islam, I wouldn't be a Muslim. So I have to respect them, Otherwise, I'll be in hell. So now, I hope I will go to heaven, because I'm following Quran, I'm following Islam, I'm following that. This you have to, don't go for individual, yourself, and deed. Actually, this is
It's not individuals, it's nations.
No,
and this
forget about that.
No, it is nations, it's countries, it's tribal. So the only reason I was mentioning this racial element isn't because I necessarily have any interest in marrying a Syrian. I don't care about that.
No.
But I'm trying to illustrate that in the Middle Eastern kind of context and culture, black Muslims experience discrimination. So when the Nation of Islam do come here, it feeds into that same culture. That's the point. It's not about me saying I want to marry her, so I don't care about that. I need to be a millionaire for get Saudi. That's cool. It's not a problem. But I'm saying there is a legitimate issue that I've witnessed. And I've even witnessed it in the way that some of these young Muslims treat older black women here. They've been rude, they push them around, they've been disrespectful.
Yeah,
and they would never do that. They would never do that to a woman of their, from their tribe. This is the thing. And listen, everything I've said today, go ask the brothers here to speak for you. They'll say the same thing. Go ask them. There's brothers who have studied in Saudi Arabia for 3 years. They come and say, my friend, I feel more closer to you than the Muslims in Saudi. It's the same thing. But I ain't got anything else to say, but brother, you finish now. No. Say what you say.
No, it's okay. Actually, it's not people. It's a religion. It's a deen. It is Islam. If you have to follow Islam and nothing else. Nothing else. Yeah. Because you are. I agree. I agree. That's what it is. You know.
As a Muslim, you cannot judge me. I'm the Islam. I can't be bad person. I can't have a different culture. I can't be racist. It's not religion.
It's the people.
Yes, it's the people. Yes, he's right.
It's not the Islamic religion.
In Middle East, I'm Arabic. I'm from North Africa. From Tunisia, if I go to Saudi Arabia, they didn't accept me as Arab. Same language.
But that's irrelevant, son. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. No, it's irrelevant. You have to follow the religion.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right, son. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I didn't even mean to say that, but I didn't want to.
That's all right. No.
You know what I'm talking about.
Right here, son. All right.
Thanks a lot. Let me capture what's going on over there.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is real, bro.
Big up. Excuse me. Make way for StreetMic. Excuse me. Make way for StreetMic.
You know, like it's being very
They were persecuted. In Fish Park in 2017,
how your God
they
is Christ? How your God?
The Muslim
Speaker's corner, not shut up corner.
They pushed me on my lap.
Tell me shut up. This is Speaker's corner.
I will never bow down to black. Never. I worship Jesus.
Are you fasting? Not very loud.
You know you can't have a meeting inside the meeting. You're breaking the law.
I'm breaking the law? I'm breaking. Hey, which law? Which law am I breaking? I'm British in my own country. Can't you see I'm British? Of course I am. I have to tell.
He's 30 minutes away from me.
Are you a foreigner? He can't recognize a British. That's British.
The Muslim, even Ahmed Didat, who's dead, and Sakina right now, they don't know why Muhammad is the blood.
Don't answer the question. Answer the question.
Ahmed Didat is dead. Sakina is still alive. They don't know why Muhammad kissed the black son. Muhammad kissed it. Osman kissed it.
Allahu Akbar! Okay, can I ask you, why are you wearing this? Why are you wearing the cross? Why?
I'll tell you why.
Why?
Our Father which art in heaven.
Why?
Our Father which art in heaven.
Yeah.
Hallowed is thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver from evil one. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Billion times, amen. To the triune God of Israel, which is God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit.
Allahu Akbar! Can I ask you, did your God Jesus die?
Oh, did Muhammad die? Yes or no?
But he wasn't born.
But Jesus is alive. He's not dead. He's alive. He's alive. He's risen. He's not dead. He's risen. He's risen. Why are you looking for the living among the dead? He's not here. He is. Listen.
Okay, but you said
Muhammad is still dead.
Yeah, he was a prophet.
Jesus is not. He rose from the dead.
But did he die?
Did he have?
Oh, this scripture says
he died. Went to heaven.
Hey, was your God Jesus? Excuse me. Hey, Christian. Look at that. Now he's quiet.
Christian.
Land the respect
How
of
could he be a
Jesus.
Christian? How could he be a Christian?
He was a man.
Jesus.
Are you Christian?
I am, yes.
Okay, was Jesus Christian?
No.
Muhammad was a Muslim. That's why we are
The name
Muslim.
Christian
So he said Jesus not Christian. So how you Christian? Hey, Jesus not
We respect
Jesus not
Jesus,
Christian.
but you don't.
Jesus not
You
Christian.
don't even know Jesus.
Hey, Jesus was a Muslim.
Oh, could I?
He was. He was. Excuse me. Hey, where are you going?
Muhammad
Stay in your place.
No way.
Excuse me. Can I ask you? Did your God Jesus grow up? Did baby Jesus grow up?
Jesus is alive. He is
Did
taken
Jesus,
away.
one Muslim.
And one day he will come to give you
one
a
Muslim.
lesson.
Did Jesus grow up?
You still need a lesson.
Answer me. What will shut up? Respect. Hey, be quiet.
Down from the ground with indignation. For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will expose my throne upon the stars of God. I will sit on top of the mount of the congregation in the sight of the Lord. I will set above the height of the cloud. I will is like the most high.
Okay, this Christian said that Jesus came out of his nappies. How can you say God came out of nappies? Wait, I am the Father and Astaghfirullah. Excuse me.
The word and the word.
Don't run away.
Okay,
There's your answer.
Can I ask you?
There's your answer.
Can I ask you?
Can you say to
In the beginning was the word.
Okay.
God spoke.
Can we move on?
I can go as fast as you like.
Can we move on?
Where do you want to go?
Can we move on?
Where do you want to go?
Okay, before you, when you was born,
he will sack you, he will fire you.
Was you a baby boy?
Let me put that aside. Can you say to your manager,
at the beginning,
you are
a boy, didn't I? I was a boy.
You will fire you. He will sack you.
Okay.
He will fire you.
Okay.
He become the
He
boy.
will.
Okay. Jesus.
Because you cannot say to your manager, you are an arrogant. Allah called himself an arrogant.
He ate and he slept. And he went
The proud one and mutakabbir. Here we go, my friend.
Became man and dwelt among us.
Did you say?
The glory of
Can
the
you
one
say to your manager,
of the Father, full of grace and truth. You can't understand
Did
it.
you say?
Why not it's okay for you to say to your manager?
Jesus died for you.
Why you be quiet,
He
man?
died for you.
Okay.
You can have
That's the name
life
of your Allah.
You're in
The name of your Allah.
Hold on.
You're spiritually dead.
Did you say?
Muhammad is not a god. He is coming of the devil. He is nothing.
Let me speak.
I'm speaking for a change.
Okay, stop.
I'm having a little go.
Because you're scared.
Let me tell you
don't let me speak.
I am not scared of anything.
Now the Muslims,
I live
they call me
in
alive.
Jesus, and Jesus lives.
When I say to them, I was a Muslim.
Why you eating your stomach? Why?
I'm trying to say I'm alive.
Why you
I'm
eating your
alive
stomach?
in God.
Okay, stop.
I'm a living being.
Stop.
A spiritual being.
Stop.
A spiritual being. I'm a dead.
These Christians are so scared.
They
don't let the Muslims say something.
I love you.
Wait.
I want you to be
Why are you
saved.
gay?
I love you because God loves you. God loves you.
So you
The
Christians
devil hates you.
love
The
the
devil
Hey, this Christian is a
You
Christian
are
gay
up
guy.
to your neck in
Okay,
it.
stop.
You are dead.
He's scared.
Jesus
He don't let
is the
me
one who loves you.
Did he die?
He died and rose again.
So how you are God?
God.
How you are God?
God.
God who?
And Jesus is sitting at the right hand of his Father. Interceding for me and you.
Hold on.
Every wrongdoing today
in Christianity, they don't allow me to. Okay, did you say
sin is noted in heaven?
Listen.
And every sin
Christian,
is forgiven
did Jesus
from heaven.
Did
Jesus died, rose again,
how your God died?
completed his mission. The mission is completed. The devil is defeated. Jesus is alive. And he's coming back again for the living and the dead. And you respect your sin. He is just and faithful to forgive you.
Are you a sinner? Are you a sinner? Wait,
no way to heaven. Don't invite me because Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
To who?
No man. Go home.
Jesus.
There's a place in Hades for those who deny it.
Jesus, God sent Jesus.
Never for those who bow the knee, humble the heart.
How your God died? How your God died? How can God die?
And you're a liar.
How can God die? He's right to you. He's telling you God was born. He's telling you God died. He's a big liar. He's a Christian liar. Excuse me. He don't listen to me like you. Excuse me. Talking to Christians is like talking to a brick wall. I'm asking him. It's a prostitute. He was a prostitute.
I was.
He's telling you he was a prostitute.
I paid.
He's telling you he was a drug addict.
I was a drug addict. I was everything. Prison, overdoses. 71.
So he's not a good person. He was on drugs. I've never been on drugs. Why? In Islam, not allowed. No wonder he's on drugs. That's why he can't stop talking. Excuse me. Was you in a prison? Was you in a prison? Was you in a prison?
I was.
He was in a prison. So he's not a good guy. Hey, so what? Hey, what are you convict? He was a convict.
I'm out of prison.
Was you mental? Was you mental? Was you mental?
You will be free indeed. Muhammad is a liar. The devil is a liar. He came to steal, to kill, and destroy. The Jews said, I came to give you life. Drunk and alcoholic, down there, dookie, blood, coming out the mouth. The sheep, but now 7 mercy and grace, follow the cross. Grace and mercy destroying you. God's grace.
No, sir, you said you know the Bible.
Okay, I know the Bible.
God's
Genesis chapter 3, verse 49.
Can I talk to you?
Genesis chapter 3.
Was Jesus born? Was Jesus born?
Yes, he was God.
Okay, where does it say in the Bible he was God? Show me the verse. Show me the verse in the Bible where it says Jesus was God. Oh, why are we waiting? Go on, show me. Nowhere. Go on. Go on. Show us. Show us.
I'll show you. Don't run away.
The Christian can't find the verse.
That is in where?
Come
Not
on.
in the covenant, new covenant, in the old covenant. Listen.
Go on. Show us.
And he said, hear ye now, O house of David. Is it a small sin for you to weary man? But will ye weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and thou shalt call his name Emmanuel, which means God is with us.
Right. So anybody with the name Emmanuel, it means he is God with us. Yeah?
Yes, he is.
So there are so many Emmanuels in the world.
No, there's not.
So are they
There's
all
only
born?
one Emmanuel. There's only one Jesus, which is known by the Jesus of Nazareth.
Okay. So you mean Jesus was God, yeah?
Yes, he was fully God.
So because Jesus was God, is that the reason Jesus died?
But I'll tell you why.
Go on.
I'll tell you.
Magic.
You're very
God
clever.
died.
You're very clever.
Okay. I'm clever because I'm Muslim.
Oh, thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
You are one of now one of
one of the most educated religions, which you believe in religion without the blood of Jesus Christ.
Blood. It's bloodthirsty.
We believe the blood of Jesus.
Why don't you talk about water?
You said you are very intelligent.
Okay, go on.
Okay. Genesis chapter 3, verse 14 and 15. You said, tell me what it says.
So what does it say?
No, you tell me.
Oh, you're a Christian.
No, you tell us. No, you said you are very intelligent. You are ulama. You know the Bible. You know the Quran. Tell me Genesis 3, verse 14.
Hold on.
Ask your question.
Okay, let me give you a verse from the Bible.
No. Don't jump. You see? Don't jump. Answer my question first. Genesis chapter 3, verse 14 and 15.
Okay, tell us. What does it say?
He said to the serpent,
okay,
because you have done such a sin,
yes,
cursed it be unto you above all other cattle. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. That is the physical curse. No, listen. That's the physical curse. And then the spiritual curse followed. And I will put enmity, adversity between you and the woman, between your seed and the seed of the woman. And guess what?
Where does it say Jesus is God?
I'll tell you why.
That's my question.
Listen, I'll tell you.
He's reading something else. He can't find the words when it says Jesus is God in the Bible. Go on.
Osman. I will put enmity between you and the devil and the woman, between your seed and the seed of the woman.
Who is saying that?
God, Yahweh Elohim.
But not Jesus.
Jesus Christ himself.
What?
He let us make man in our image. He said to his son, let us make man in our image, in the image of God, created them male and female.
Okay, what Jesus? Okay, hold on.
I will put enmity between you, the devil, and the woman, between your seed and the seed of the woman. And the seed of the woman.
Okay, hold on. Can I ask you? Why Christian? Okay. Was Jesus, was Adam the forefather of Jesus? Yes or no?
I'm not finished.
No, answer this question.
I'm not finished.
Was Adam the forefather of Jesus? Yes. He can't answer the question.
The first question?
Yes. So how can Adam, the forefather of Jesus, be the
and to all
forefather
the
of
child is
God?
born, and to all the son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder.
Who's the
and
son?
his name shall be called what?
Who's the son?
Counselor, the mighty God,
Who's
the
the
everlasting Father.
Who's the son? Wait, who's the son?
He's the wonderful counselor.
Who's the
He's
son?
the mighty God. He's the everlasting Father.
Who is the son?
He's the Prince of Peace.
Who is the son? He's not answering me. Hey, who is the oblique one? Who is the son? Who is the son? Who is the son? Who? Was Jesus the son? How can God be the son of anyone?
I'll tell you.
How?
Listen, this is
how? The Christian is quiet.
I'm looking for my verse. No, you are lying. Don't. In John chapter 8. In John chapter 8, verse 36.
Answer.
I'll answer.
Listen carefully. Listen carefully.
Quiet. Go into your chapati. Be quiet.
Listen carefully.
Yes, dinner time. Why dinner time?
Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law? I said, you are goaded if he called them God, unto whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken. Say ye of him whom the Father has sanctified, and said unto the word, thou blasphemest, because I said to you, I am the Son of God.
Who is the Son of God?
Jesus Christ.
So if Jesus is Son
You
of
call
God,
me a blasphemer. You call me a blasphemer because I say, no, the only begotten Son of God. The only, Jesus Christ is the only begotten Son of God. That means regeneration, in generation. Jesus Christ is the only begotten. You are the daughter, you are the son, but we are not the only begotten one. Jesus Christ.
Shut up! Big one. I said big one, don't shut up, prophet. Don't shut up, prophet. Don't insult our prophet. Don't insult our prophet. Okay, tell me, excuse me. Why let your boss speak?
I'm the boss.
Quiet.
Don't lie.
Okay, answer.
I am not the boss. You are a liar. You are a liar. I'm not the boss.
Does Jesus have a genealogy in the Bible?
Yes, let's go there.
So does Jesus have forefathers in the Bible?
Let's go there.
Yes.
Let's go there.
How can God have forefathers?
Show me, apart from Mary, apart from Miriam, one woman in the Quran. Give me one woman in the Quran, I will give you my shahada, Osman. Apart from Mary. And that's the deception of Allah to make us doubt. I will give you my shahada. Give me one woman.
Was your God Jesus
the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Judah, and his brethren, and Judah begat Perez, and Sarah of Tamar, and Perez begat Islam, and Islam begat Aram, and Aram begat Aminadab, and Aminadab begat Nason, and Nason begat Salman, and Salman begot Boaz of who? Of who?
How can Jesus be son of David?
Right, how? No, please, and Boaz, and Salmon begat Boaz of who? Of Rahab. Count it for me. One minute, count it, please. Count it, please.
We are the champions.
Boaz,
you are the losers.
Boaz begat of who? Ruth.
Second woman.
And Ruth, and Obed begat Jesse, and Jesse begat David of king, and David the king of begat Solomon of Helsad, king the wife of who? Uriah. Bathsheba. And Solomon, please let me finish, please, brother. I will go there, please. I will go there, please. And first woman. And then he said, and Solomon begat Robin, and Robin begat Abiah, and Abiah begat Asa, and Asa begat weakness. We got Rahab, we got Ruth, we got Ruth, Rahab, we got Bathsheba, and we got Ruth, four Moabite women, at least in a genealogy of Jesus Christ. Are you Muslim, sir? Apart from Mary, give me one woman in the Quran. I will give you my shahada right now. No, I'm not. You are a liar. I'm not a Muslim.
Excuse me.
No.
Okay, answer my question.
A challenge. One challenge. One challenge.
Did Jesus pray? Did Jesus pray?
Yeah, I will tell you why.
Answer, yes?
Yes, he did. I told you that.
So if Jesus is
but he didn't pray 5 times a day.
Yes.
He didn't pray 5 times a day. And he didn't face Saudi Arabia.
Who did Jesus pray to?
He didn't pray 5 times a day. He didn't face Saudi Arabia.
Who did Jesus pray to?
He didn't pray 5 times a day.
Answer.
And he didn't pray facing Saudi Arabia.
Who did Jesus pray to?
You are dumb and deaf. You are dumb and deaf. You ulama, you ustaz, you are dumb and deaf.
Who did Jesus pray to?
I'll tell you.
Who did Jesus pray to? No, it's not.
He did not pray to pagan Allah.
You're a pagan, be quiet, you liar.
Only Muhammad prayed to pagan Allah.
No, it's not.
Nobody else.
I'm going his inside.
Nobody else. Don't go.
Be quiet, you liar.
Don't go.
Don't use bad language.
Only Muhammad.
Don't use bad language.
Allah.
No,
Jesus.
You're a pagan.
If this is the first time you've seen StreetMic, give me the thumbs up. Make your comments down below. Share and follow. So if this is the first time you've seen StreetMic, hit that subscribe button. So if you've never seen StreetMic before, hit that button. Hit the button now. Make sure you subscribe. So hit the button. Hit it. And also make sure you switch on the notification bell. So hit the button and switch on that notification bell.
You know the Quran very well. Do you know the Quran, sir? I know. I'm an ex-Muslim. In Surah Al-Ikhlas, the entire chapter of Surah Al-Ikhlas, 114, is against the deity of Jesus Christ. It's against the divinity of Jesus Christ.
That's right.
And the Muslims, they say we love Jesus.
No.
And they have one chapter of the Quran is going against Jesus and against his deity. And guess what? When the Muslims, they pray
they end Surah Al-Fatiha with غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. And ask Usman, what does غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين mean?
What made you change from being a Muslim? You said you're an ex-Muslim. Yes. What made you change from being a Muslim to being a Christian?
That's a good question. It's very simple. For someone who have an internal struggle, it's very simple. But it's not a simple question to a man-made religion, which is from the age of 12, 10 and 12. I was brainwashed by my father Muhammad, who couldn't read and write. He taught me how to pray, and at the age of 12, he said, Mustafa, if you do not pass now, you are out. So you see, I came to this country in 1998, February 1998. I was 25 years age, 25 and 26. I'm a Kurdish by race. I'm very proud to be Kurdish. I love my people, but I am so disappointed. Yeah. I'll tell you why.
One quick question. Just for context, in Kurdistan,
part of Iraq.
It's mainly Muslim.
Yes, Sunni Muslim.
90%, 100%?
No, 100%, but 99.5 are Sunni Muslim. Only 5% are Shiite. Okay, so I came out from a Sunni tribe. Okay, as I told you, I came to this country for a better education and better job.
Wait, on your own?
So in 1998, I applied for asylum. In 2000, they rejected my application. They said, we don't trust you. But because of your country, because of you being a Kurdish, we're going to accept you. We're going to give you a humanitarian protection. That means, they said, if your country gets better, you must go back. After 8 years, in 2008, they gave me a British passport. Okay, I was still a Muslim.
In 2008?
Yeah.
When you got your passport?
Yeah. In 2011, right in this park, Jay Smith and Hatun, I challenged Jay Smith and I go against Jay Smith. I said to you, Jay Smith was a man from America who knew Islam very well. A Christian preacher. A Christian preacher. After in 2011, beginning of 2011, I was arguing with Hatun. I even made Hatun upset because I said such a thing which was no right. At the end of 2011, my first testimony was with a big banner. I gave it to Jay Smith. And today the da'wah giver, Ali Shamsi especially, Muhammad Hijab, you know, also as a da'wah giver, Siraj, Lamwell, they call me a liar. I became a Christian for a passport. In 2008, I had my British passport. They said, no, you become a Christian for a woman. I am still single. I give the money to the church. So none of them make me a Christian. What makes me to believe in Jesus Christ over Muhammad? The character of Jesus Christ. Because, sir, if you want to find out about Christianity, you must study the founder of Christianity. And if you want to understand Islam, you must study the founder of Islam.
But the thing is, right, I hear you, right? But when you say, like, study the life of Jesus Christ, it's all hearsay anyway, right? So you can't really know, because, you know, it's all what somebody's telling you, right? You know, so, like, obviously you're within your rights, believe what you want to believe. I hear your story, fair enough, right? But when you say you want to study the life of Jesus Christ, like you say, the reason you split from Islam to Christianity, right, is because no, but for the gentleman.
Sir, you asked me a question.
I'm interested in your story.
I know, sir. Don't be offended. You asked me a question. I told you to. Who are you? Are you born in this country?
No, but I'm asking
you. No, please. But I have a point to make.
Into my background. That's how I know where I want to.
I know, sir, but you asked me a question. I was honest. I answered you. And I asked you a question. Are you born in this country? No, sir. I know. Are you born in this country? Are you born here?
Yes.
Are you born in this country? Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm born here.
Okay.
I was born here.
In Middle East, there's a phrase, a proverb. They say in the West, the Christian, they promote sexual immorality. That means every Christian have 4 girlfriends. 4 girlfriends, 5 girlfriends. Hold on. 4 or 5 girlfriends. Hold on. When I read Matthew chapter 5, chapter 6, and chapter 7, that 3 chapters, the Sermon of the Mount told me that Jesus of the Bible is not Isa of the Quran. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Jesus Christ said, you have heard that it was said by the Lord that thou shalt not commit adultery, period. Hold on. But I say unto you, if you lust in your heart towards someone's wife or a woman, you have already committed adultery in your heart.
That's right. Go read
So
Bible.
which one makes sense?
Read Bible. Read Bible.
The Lord
Read
loves
Bible.
it.
Yeah.
Lord Muhammad or the Lord Jesus?
The one you wrote yourself that you like. Don't be lustful. Listen, what like Muhammad was lustful.
What we're talking about here now is, what's your name?
My name is Christopher.
We're talking now about Christopher's story, okay? He came from Kurdistan, he was born a Muslim, you grew up a Muslim, right, and you converted to Christianity over here, and the reason you said you did that was because you got close to Jesus Christ.
Many.
So do you believe in God? Do you believe in God? What is his name?
Many Quran, and every Quran has a hole in that.
Jonathan.
Every Quran has a hole in that.
The name of your God is Jonathan.
My name is
No, I said, no, I said, do you believe in God?
Quran is a
What is his name? No, I have to.
Yeah. I don't want the sun.
So good afternoon to all of you watching. My name is Wendell Daniel and welcome to Street Mic. And the gentleman in front of me, I'm going to put a microphone on him because this is Hatun's. Should I say that? This man knows about Hatun. So hold on. Let me put a microphone on you. I'm testing these ones out. So I'm gonna.
Don't have that trouble with my sound, yeah?
Right, so. Hold on.
Disappointment. Yeah, I'm working stereo.
So good afternoon to all of you watching. The gentleman in front of me, move around there a bit, that's it. So this gentleman here, hold on. Oh my God, the sun is terrible. Hold on. That's better. So, hey, good afternoon. What's your name?
I'm Derek.
So Derek, where have you been for so many weeks?
Well, I come primarily to film Hatun and film for DCCI Ministries.
So let's get this right. You film for Hatun and you also film for DCCI Ministries?
No, because Hatun is DCCI Ministries. I only film down here.
So you are Hatun's cameraman, yes or no?
At Speaker's Corner, yes.
At Speaker's Corner. So Hatun, the last time she was here was about 10 weeks ago. So in the last 6 months, we've only seen Hatun here once. Can you maybe...
Twice.
Is it twice? I might be... It seems like once. My wife left me. So why have we not seen Hatun in the last 3 months?
I'm not privy to that information.
I don't. So is Hatun in England or elsewhere?
Elsewhere at the moment, as far as I know.
Where?
I don't know anything for certain. I'm not honest. I just don't know.
So she's abroad.
I believe so. Yes.
So if you're her cameraman, how do you not know where she is?
Because I only know when we're coming down here. Everything's on a need-to-know basis. Because of the wonderful religion, her life is constantly in danger when she's in the country, and she's very sparing with information because she doesn't want other people
No, I can understand that. I just wanted you to confirm that. So, because Hatun is high profile, people have made threats against her life, just like with a mayor of... Say again?
And a cameraman.
And we'll come to that, yeah. So people have made threats against her life. As a direct result, information is not shared with you, only when she's actually going to be down here.
Yeah, the same with other people within the group as well. If you're involved in a specific thing, you know, and if you're not, and it's... Unfortunately, that's the way it has to be.
Why is it that so many people threaten Hatun?
Because she's an apostate from the religion of peace.
What's an apostate? We're educating people. There's an assumption people know, but what's an apostate?
Somebody that has left Islam, and she has all the bad cards. She's a woman that preaches Christianity. She's left Islam, and that makes her a target.
So, no, I get it. So, what I'm now going to try and do is to, I like to do things factually. So, I believe last October 2022, the police arrested... September, I apologise. So, September 2022, the police arrested a man who was on his way down to London with a gun to kill Hatun. Yes or no?
Yes.
And that person was subsequently arrested, and the case went to court, and the person pleaded guilty. Yes or no?
Yes, Eric Liddell pleaded guilty.
And that person, has Eric Liddell been sentenced?
Not as far as I know yet. It was deferred when he went to court last time. It was deferred, and he hasn't been sentenced yet.
Yeah, that's correct. And is it not correct that threats were made against Hatun and her cameraman?
Yes.
So it wasn't... I know I wanted to talk to you about that before. You didn't want to, so I didn't ask the question. You mentioned it just now. So can I ask you, on discovery that your life had been threatened by a potential gunman, terrorist, what effect did that have on you?
Well, when Jesus Christ wants me in heaven, I'm prepared to go. So, for me, it's out of my hands. Unfortunately, we were protected.
And how did that knowledge impact upon your family?
Most of them don't know anything about it.
Oh, I thought they would have...
me up here. They don't follow what I do because they think I'm a racist because I preach with DCCI. Well, I preach, I film for DCCI.
But I'm going to disclose something now. Yeah, I'm planning to make a documentary film about Speaker's Corner, and when I do, I will inform you. But at the centre of that documentary film is going to be five people. Yeah, I'm going to allow the people online to choose two, but the first three will be from my point of view. As you know, I don't take sides. Yeah, who do you believe? The people I've filmed over the last 3 years, who have been the most popular on my channel? So the three most popular people out of all of the people I engage with hundreds. Who do you think they are?
What, from my perspective, or who do I think they are?
Now, who do you think on my channel have attracted...
From my perspective, or who do I think?
From your perspective, who do you think?
Oh, well, from my perspective, it would be Hatun, it would be Bob.
And who else?
And who else I would expect? Oh, Usman, Hoffman, is it? Uncle Hoff? The rude, arrogant.
Have you watched StreetMic recently?
How about, yes, I've just been talking to you. What is it? The lady, your lady friend,
No. Brother Leo Muhammad from the Nation of Islam, he gets more engagement views than Hatun. So the point being, I want to do a mix, of the characters down here. So I would like Hatun to be part of that documentary film, Bob, and also Brother Leo Muhammad, But I'm also going to allow the people online to choose 2 more characters down here, and what my intention is to not just film them here, all of the stuff behind the scenes that goes on away from here. I want to do a fly on the wall to put the documentary film together to tell that story. What do you think about the possibility of something? I've got to ask permissions first. Hatun may even say no, but can you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Alternative feminist, is it, or woman, alternative woman, I think would be a...
But what I'm going to do, I'm going to let people choose.
Who comes up. Something like Piers Corbyn who comes up. Completely, that way you're getting a...
And I don't want just religion. Religion bores my fucking brains. I'm not interested. Religion. This isn't just about religion, this place.
No. It was actually started because a person in the House of Commons wasn't allowed to speak, so he came down here and got on his soapbox. And it's been protected since then. So it's been going on 150, 200 years now.
Yeah, that's right. So that's what I want to do. So let's wait and see how it develops. So I'm going to say to the people on the chat who are there now on YouTube, go into the YouTube chat and tell me 2 people who you would like to appear on the documentary film that I'm planning. So go into the chat and tell me 2 people that you would like to appear on the documentary film, but also what I would like, because I know you guys on the chat, you got mouth, but you're scared to talk. There's my mobile phone number, 07742 780 038. 07742 780 038. So ring me now and I will engage with you online. So ring me 07742 780 038. So ring me if you want to engage with me in a telephone conversation online, and we can have a chat. I've got the phone in my hand, so the first person to ring me, 07742 780 038. I know none of you are going to ring because you're scared, but Derek, you haven't been here for a long while. What's it been like for you just being at home chilling out?
It's been nice to be able to catch up on a bit of sleep and a bit of housework, and because I work 5.5 days a week, down here all day on Sunday. Generally, it takes all day Sundays for me to travel in, so it's been nice to have a day off for a while and get.
But now you've got here, has anything changed, even though you ain't been here for so long?
It seems very quiet and civilised today. That's changed. I
wonder why.
But that's not always the way. I see they've been picking on the little Indian lady, chasing her about. Those big strong men picking on a little lady.
Nothing changes at all, and it's Speaker's Corner. I get bored with this place, all religion. That's why when I engage with Rational Female, Danny Shine and different people, it adds spice. If not, it's just religious salt.
Yeah. I've time for religion, but there is more to other things that interest you. I like to have I'm happy with my faith, but faith doesn't make every bit of life. You have to.
I hear you, sir. So look, they're scared to ring. These people online, all they know is to go online. Keyboard warriors, you're chickens. You're all chickens. Look, ring me. 07442 780 038. You're all chickens. So Derek, thanks a lot, and I'll wait for someone to ring. So I'm now going to go online.
Big up DCCI.
Big up DCCI, and big up also Content Over Everything. He's here.
Oh, he's here, is he? I haven't seen him for ages.
Listen, he's over there with Omar. I haven't seen him for over a year, but he's in the background just chatting. So let me take this. I'm just testing.
I should know better than that.
Thanks a lot, man. Big up. Hey, there's the donkey. Donkey, come. There's the donkey.
Sorry, sir. You said you're doing a documentary?
Yeah. Not now. No, I'm fine. Donkey! Call the donkey. So there's the donkey. It's the first time I've seen him down there. Shade Allah. Donkey.
What is the solution? What is the solution to Haifa? It's no Muslim, it's no Christian, it's no Buddha, it's no Moses, it's no Muhammad, it's Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is one basic answer to this social problem we have in this country. Jesus Christ is the answer to the Muslim, to the so-called Christian. Jesus is the answer to Haifa. Absolutely. He's the answer. He's the answer. Exactly. To the conflict. So, the conflict between Palestine and Israel is nothing to do with Islam. The conflict is tracing back to the family of Abraham between Sarah and Hagar. Sarah represents the New Jerusalem. Hagar represents the earthly Jerusalem. Isaac is the promised son. Ishmael is the child of flesh. Therefore, only Jesus Christ is the anchor of peace. Only Jesus Christ can make peace between Palestine and Israel. It's very simple. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because Jesus Christ died for the Jew as much as he died for the Palestinian. He died for me as much as he died for you. Huh? No, I'm not Palestinian. I know the culture of Palestinian, and I know the culture of Middle East. So, sir, this is your brother. He called me Kalib. He called me Himar. Abu Lahab, he called me. And that, Habibi, I'm not saying every Muslim the same, but Jesus Christ said, you shall know them by their fruit. And that is the fruit, with my due respect, that is the fruit of Islam. I'm not judging every Muslim the same. But let me ask you a question, sir. Let me ask you, be honest. With my due respect. Are you born in this country? Thank you very much. Please. I'm asking to the gentleman. Sir, with my due respect, I am not from this country. I am British, but I'm not English. I'm not born in this country. But I respect the rule and the reign of this country. Sir, where do you come from, if you don't mind, please? South America. God bless you. Why didn't you apply for asylum in Saudi Arabia?
Why all this problem with you?
Sir, you said you're not born here.
No, but the country was colonized by Britain.
Okay. Do you know your
time of my birth?
Do you know your Quran very well?
Sorry?
Do you know the Quran?
Not really, not very, very.
Thank you for being honest. In the Quran, he said to the Ummah, to the Muslim, do not take refuge in a infidel country apart from two reasons: for da'wah and for health, to get help. Habibi, my question to you: Saudi Arabia is the center of Islam. Why Iraqi and Syrian were not asking for refugee in Saudi while they came to Great Britain and to Europe to ask for refugee?
Economic reasons.
No economic reasons, sir. That's one of them. Thank you, honest. The Saudi, Mama, the Saudi will not give asylum to anyone.
That's right. Not really.
Yes, I challenge you. Give me one asylum in Saudi. I will give you my shadow right now. Give me one asylum in Saudi.
No. There's thousands and thousands of...
Sir, you are well educated. Habibi, you are well educated, sir. Who's my Ustaz? You speak Arabic. You have Arabic? Some of them. Habibi. The Quran clearly said, do not make friends or do not ally with the non-believers. It's very simple. And today, if you are here for da'wah, that's a different reason. But if you are here for the economic reason, You are judged by Muhammad and by Allah.
My friend, I came here as a Christian, and I become a Muslim.
Then you have to leave this country and go to Saudi.
Go where?
Go to Saudi Arabia, the center of Islam. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the gentleman. Sir.
Surah Ma'idah.
Give us a verse.
Allah said, when the angels, the malaika, they take your soul. They take your soul, for example. They will ask you, what was your condition in the land? What was your condition in the land? And if you are weak in the land, then they will say to you, wasn't the earth spacious enough for you to go? So wherever you go, it's a creation of Allah. Allah created everything.
Do you? No.
You never created this country?
Habibi, what's your name?
John. Yeah.
Do you know your Quran very well?
Some of it, not all of it. I'm learning.
Okay. Can you recite to us chapter 47, verse 35? Can you read this one?
You tell me what it says.
Okay, I'll tell you briefly.
Okay.
Here in the Quran, chapter 47, verse 35, he said to the Muslim, do not, chapter 47, read the Quran, chapter 47, verse 35. And this brother, he said himself he was a Christian and converted to Islam, and I believe, and he knows that Islam is peace. What I want to hear from his mouth what this chapter of the Quran says.
47 what?
Chapter 47, verse 35.
So be not weak and ask not for peace.
Thank you.
What?
So be not weak and ask not for peace.
Thank you very much.
While you are having the upper hand.
Thank you. Oh, stop it, sir. My Muslim friend, especially to Muslim, please understand carefully. We are not here to judge you, sir. Let your own Quran say what we say. We are not exaggerating. Here, the Quran, you read it, sir. You read it, sir. It's the one you are apprehended in here, even in Saudi Arabia. When you are apprehended, do not ask for peace.
Yeah.
Who made this? Not God.
Please keep reading, please.
God doesn't talk.
You read it, sir.
Doesn't have any. This is all man-made. And we wanted to.
That's very good. You find it?
There's ever God, really God, talk to women, and that will me telling you. No regulation.
If this is the first time you've seen StreetMic, make sure you hit the subscribe button. So hit the button and switch on your notification bell. So switch on your notification bell and hit that subscribe button.
Don't believe the tafsir. No, because it could be Zaif. It could be not upset because there's only two sources. Habibi, you don't know that. Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih al-Muslim is most authentic. And anything against Muhammad is fabricated. It's not good. It's Sahih. But anything is for Muhammad is good. Read the Quran, sir. Tell us what the Quran says. Read to us.
It's the tafsir. You got tafsir.
Okay, give us the tafsir. Okay, go on.
If you were so will, we could have shown them to you so that you could recognize them by their faces. And you would certainly know them by the manner of their speech. Allah knows all your deeds.
No.
That's what the Quran said. That is what. Okay, now read the Quran. Now read the Quran. Chapter 47, verse 35. Let's see, this tafsir is consistent with the Quran. Read it. Read chapter 47, verse 35. Read chapter 47, verse 35.
Do not be faint-hearted and do not cry for peace. Peace shall prevail along with you, but not bring your works to naught.
Do not cry for peace when you are upper hand.
The life of this world is for sport and amusement. Right? And you believe in the God-fearing, you grant you your reward and you will ask you for your possession.
Thank you very much. He said in the Quran chapter 47 verse 35, when you are up, Habibi, do not cry, what? Do not cry for peace. Thank you very much. The Muslim tell us, do not, Do not pursue peace. Do not call for peace when you are apprehended in an infidel country. And that is the religion of Muhammad.
Yes. It never said in a foreign country. That's what he did.
Where is that? In Saudi? In Saudi?
They never said that.
I know you are
misinterpreting. That's what he did. You're misinterpreting. That's right.
I know he's right. The Shia are no welcome in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah?
The Ahmadiyya, they are no welcome in Saudi Arabia. Apart from pilgrimage. Because the Saudis, they get money. 1 stone, $5. And they have to throw 7 stones at the black stone. Each stone costs $5.
Who told you that? I've been to
My mama went to Saudi, my brother went to Saudi, and he said, we have to pay. For everything.
I tell you she's a liar.
No, she's not.
She's a liar.
She's a Muslim like you.
Wallahi, she's a liar.
Oh, you are a liar, not her.
I've been in 2000.
No, you are a liar, not her. Every Muslim, they have to pay for the stones when they stole the black stone. $5.
No, listen, I came to talk to you because I think you're genuine and honest.
I like it.
But you're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
You're lying.
Okay.
I got to Hajj. And I picked up stones on the road.
In the road?
On the road.
On the road.
On the way to Jamara.
I never paid for anything. You didn't pay for stone, yeah? You didn't pay for stone, sir.
Listen, if you want to talk to me,
okay, let's go.
If you want to talk to me, be honest.
I'm honest, I'm not lying.
Don't lie.
Every Muslim, they pay when they go to Saudi.
Yeah?
Every Muslim.
Pay for what?
Pay for the hotel. I have seen black people like use my doorstep because they have no money, they have to sleep on the street, sir.
Because they can't afford.
Why Saudi will not give them shelter? Why? I'm asking you. Habibi.
It's pilgrimage.
I know.
Allah said
they go to Saudi.
Listen, please. Allah said about the Hajj. The Hajj is a responsibility in every Muslim. If you have the ability, right? If you have the ability to do so, then you make a Hajj. You have to prepare yourself.
That means that Muslim who go to there sleeping on the street, they are lying.
No. But what I'm saying, a lot of them travel for months, right? And when they come through, they do the Hajj for free.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, are you honest? Let me ask you one question. Okay.
Of course.
Have you been to Saudi?
Yes, I have.
Did you kiss the black stone?
No.
Why not?
Because I couldn't get to the black stone.
Thank you very much. He couldn't get to the brother. He's very honest. He couldn't get to the black stone.
I like that in Saudi.
He's a sincere man. I love you, man. Habibi, shukran.
Tell him.
Habibi, shukran.
Have you thrown the stone on the old church?
Thank you for being honest. He said, I couldn't make to the black stone.
Listen, the Jews... Sorry. Listen. Go to the book of Joshua. When Joshua put a stone under an oak tree and worship there.
Oh, don't worship the black. Don't
Joshua. This is the Bible. It's in the Old Testament.
I know.
Right? The Jews, they use phylacteries.
Yeah, I know.
Right? And it's in the Bible.
I know, but we don't do that.
Nobody worships it.
We don't do it.
We don't do it. We don't worship it.
We don't do it. You know why?
Why?
You know why? Because all the prophecy, including the Mosaic law, all fulfilling Jesus Christ.
No, you didn't.
It is. I'll tell you what.
Go to Acts. Okay, let me give it. Okay. I'll show you where he didn't fulfill it. Jesus said, I will come back in the lifetime of my companions. This is not after the resurrection. This is not before the resurrection. This is after the resurrection. And he said, some of you here will never face death. Where is Jesus? His disciples have died. Where is Jesus? He promised that he will return.
I'll tell you what.
He didn't return. So this, what do you say about this? Right? Right? Where did he fulfill this? Can I show you where he said he will return?
I know by heart. I don't know the verse. Let me ask you a question.
Okay. You can't answer question with a question. Tell me why you never
I have to because we are the Bible believing people. We are the Bible believing people. I will answer your question.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Stop. Just be patient. I listen to your question. Just listen to me.
Yeah.
On the Mount of the Transfiguration, when Moses and Elijah came, and Jesus was transformed into his glory. That means with the glory he had from before the foundation of the world. And guess what? I'm not finished with this. And Peter said to Jesus, let us make 3 tabernacles. One for you, one for Moses, one for Elijah. They knew that it was Moses and Elijah. So what does Moses represent and what Elijah represent? Moses represents the law, Elijah represents the prophet. Hold on. A voice from heaven said, this is my beloved son Jesus Christ, in whom I am well pleased. Listen to him.
Amen.
So all the apostles, Peter, James, and John, Thomas, all the disciples, they saw, even Paul, they all saw that Jesus will come in their lifetime.
But he never returned.
But he didn't come.
He didn't come.
Ellen G. White, Habibi, Ellen G. White, the founder of the 7-day. Please, let me finish.
Okay.
Ellen G. White, the founder of the 7-day Adventist movement, when Jesus didn't land on the Mount Zion, he said Jesus remained before he reached the cloud. You see, Jesus Christ said, no one knows that hour and the times which the Father have said. Even the Son, while he was a human on earth, in that state, he didn't give us that hour, because only the Father in heaven will send the Son back to judge the living and the dead.
But why didn't Jesus return? He promised, he said, I will come back in the lifetime of my companions.
But you see,
before they die. And he also said, some of you here would never taste death.
Okay, then let me
show me where are the disciples.
How many books in the New Testament is written by John? You said you were a Christian, sir. Please be honest. You said it was my duty. You said you were a Christian. How many books, brother? It's very simple. How many books were written by John the Beloved, not John the Baptist? And you're laughing. You're laughing. Were you a Christian? Were you a Christian?
No, she's a Muslim. You can see she's
Habibi, I know.
None of them.
How many books were written by John?
None of them, as far as I know.
None of them.
None of them.
5 books were written by John the Beloved. The Gospel of John. Hold on. I'm a Christian.
Okay.
I'm not a Muslim anymore. But if you tell me a certain thing in the Quran, I will tell you.
Yeah.
But I'm not lying. 5 books. Yeah. John, the Gospel of John, the last Gospel. Yeah. 1 John, 2 John, 3 John, that's 4, and the book of Revelation.
So there's 3 Johns, yeah?
No, the letter, the epistle of John, 1st epistle, 2nd epistle, 3rd epistle, and the Gospel of John. Habibi, you asked me a question, sir. Let me answer your question.
None of us written by John, the disciple of Jesus. None of them.
For me, 4 minutes right here. 4 minutes. 4 5.
Who?
Allah tell you.
Oh, Allah can give you.
Yeah.
You have 0. None of them. Let's come back.
Allah telling me, not
Allah is dead, my friend. Allah doesn't know. Allah will not give you versions, my dear respect. Habibi, the book of John, the Gospel of John, 1st epistle, 2nd epistle, 3rd epistle of John, and the book of Revelation, which is sealed by saying, hold on, I'm not finished yet. Therefore, the Quran, with my due respect, is not the last revelation. You know why? Because the book of Revelation is the last revelation which is given to us by Jesus Christ through beloved John. He said, the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, not the grace of God even, not the grace of the church, not the grace of the apostles, but the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ. Jeremiah chapter 20, verse 21.
John came after the demise of Jesus. Long after.
No.
400 years after Jesus.
John
he was never a disciple of
John
Jesus.
saw Jesus on his glory
Matthew, Mark,
in the
Luke,
Mount of the Transfiguration. And then the book of Revelation was given.
Long after Jesus.
Ustaz, ya Ma'allim.
Okay, then. When Jesus was preaching on the Mount, when he was teaching the people, right? Which book he was teaching them from?
What it was? You mean the gospel?
Yeah. Which gospel?
You mean the gospel?
Yeah.
There was no gospel.
Right. There was the angel.
But the gospel was written after Jesus.
And
the gospel is pre-cross. Sir, you asked me a question.
Yeah.
Oh, you asked me a question. Let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't answer questions.
No, of course I have to because you don't. You see, I'm telling you, Jesus.
Yeah.
There was no the gospel in the hand of Jesus.
Because Jesus was Jewish.
No, I know, but there was the Torah, the Zabur, right. and the proverb in the time of Jesus. Right. For example, when he quote in Luke.
Yeah.
I'll be patient, I go there. 1 second.
Well, if this is the first time you're seeing StreetMic, hit that subscribe button, hit the button. We are going to be finishing at 6 p.m. today, dead on 6 p.m. like normal. So we're finishing at 6 p.m. today. 6 p.m. I'm gone.
To preach deliverance to the captive and recovery of sight to the blind, to that are frozen. Preach the acceptable year of the Lord, and he stops there.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he stops there.
No, it was the gospel didn't exist.
Why does it exist? Why does it exist? I'll tell you why.
There was no Bible in the time of Jesus. There was no Bible.
Isaiah chapter, Habibi, Isaiah chapter 53. Let me ask you a question. You ask me a question. Ask the Christian. Ask the ex-Muslim Christian who knows the Bible better than you, with my due respect. Okay, sir, you said you were a Muslim, you were a Christian. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. Tell me what it says.
I don't know.
The mic is yours. But you said you were a Christian.
I was, but I wasn't a practicing Christian. I was just Christian by name.
Thank you very much. So let me tell you, that is the first gospel which was preached to the mouth of God the Father, to Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
And I will put enmity, adversary, enemy between you, the devil, and the woman. Between your seed. Hold on, the devil have no seed. The woman have no seed. Is God confused about the nature of man and woman? I will put enmity between you, the devil, and the woman. Hold on, between your seed and the seed of the woman. And guess what? Hold on, the seed of the woman will bruise your head, and thou shalt bruise his heel.
I know what it is.
That's the gospel of Jesus Christ.
What I'm saying.
Habibi, no, but please ask
Matthew,
my question.
Mark, Luke, and John.
No, we are not going.
Existed in the time
I know. We are not going. Not yet. We are not going there.
They don't even know.
We are talking about Genesis. We're talking about Genesis.
Okay then.
Talking about Genesis chapter 3, verse 15.
Okay. What was in the beginning? In Genesis, what was the beginning?
In the beginning, God, Elohim, created the heaven and the earth.
In the beginning was the Word.
No, I'm talking about Genesis 1.
Oh, Genesis 1. Okay.
John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word. That means Jesus. And Jesus was with God. And Jesus was God.
It never says. Show me what it says Jesus.
Okay. Logos.
This is your
in Greek.
interpretation.
And in Greek, word means logos, sir.
Listen.
Habibi.
So if the Word become flesh, let me ask this question. If the Word become flesh, right, as you said, the Word become flesh. That means, Bible said, right, the Word become flesh. Yeah. That means Jesus was there from the beginning in the flesh.
No.
Why? Yes. Yes, he said yes. He's telling me to say yes.
No.
Because he become flesh.
Genesis 18.
So Jesus, show me the Bible in the Old Testament where Jesus was in the flesh. Show me.
Jesus came in flesh.
Come on, man.
Genesis 18.
Yeah? No.
Genesis 18.
They said Jesus was in the flesh in the Genesis.
No, please.
Genesis 18. Read Genesis.
Please.
But it never said Jesus.
No, please.
He said the Word become flesh, which is Jesus.
That's right.
Okay
That's
then.
right.
So where?
But
show me.
Why can't you say?
Sorry.
How can you say that God cannot?
I'm not saying God cannot, but God is not the author. The Bible said God is not the author of confusion. All right. So if you're saying the Word become flesh, you mean Jesus was from the beginning. So where in the Old Testament,
Genesis 18.
Jesus was a human being in the Old Testament coming all the way down.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Where is it?
Can I ask you a question? Hold on.
Because it becomes
you give the answer after asking
I will answer. No, I'm asking a question.
You give the answer.
Please, don't interrupt. Yeah, we'll start.
Give the answer after you ask the question.
Calm down. Brother, in the Old Testament, we have the manifestation or theophany. Sometimes, for example, if you know the story of Baal, the donkey of Balaam, speak, but we know the animal cannot talk.
Right.
The serpent speak to Eve. We know the animal cannot talk. But you see, the devil chose the serpent to speak to Eve, and the theophany, God chose the donkey to speak to Balaam. So in the Old Testament, we have God came in as an angel in the form of a man. For example, the story of Abraham, when he went to set Lut, his nephew, out of Sodom, there was two angels came as the man, and the common Lut, the people of Lut, they came to have sex with them, and Abraham, I don't, do you know the story?
Yeah.
So you see, brother, we have to understand, in the Old Testament, God came as an angel. You see, for example, is the story of Moses. Moses said, "Show me your glory. Let me see you." He said, "No man can see me. No man can see me and live."
Thank you.
I'll show you my backside.
Yeah.
You see, in the New Testament, we have the incarnation of Jesus Christ. That means he was literally became just man like me and you. He came as a baby to fulfill the prophecy of Genesis chapter 3 verse 15, and he died to fulfill the prophecy
of, the blood of Abel, that was the highway of the cross. Isaac, the sacrifice, Abraham was asked by God to sacrifice Isaac, was the highway to the cross. And the blood, the animal sacrifice. You see, the animal sacrifice, Habibi. That was only a picture, a shadow in the Old Testament. When Jesus came, what John said, John the Baptist, behold the Lamb of God. He didn't say, behold the prophet, behold the king, behold the angel. He said, behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world.
The thing is,
John chapter 1 verse 29.
This story about the crucifixion. Let me give an example. Jesus was forgiving sins before his crucifixion. And the scribes and the Pharisees said to Jesus, you have blasphemed because only God can forgive sins. What did Jesus say to them? It is easy to say thy sins are forgiven.
He didn't only say that. He said, don't you know
that... He said to the woman, your sins are forgiven.
No. He said, don't you know that the Son of Man, not the Son of God, the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sin? Which one? And then he said, Habibi, then he said, which one is easier? To say that sin is forgiven or to say, pick up your mat and walk? Yes. But first he said, don't you know? He said, no, please don't misrepresent. Brother, Akhi, I cannot do that with your Quran. Yeah. You will not allow me, and I will not allow you on the camera to twist or misrepresent the Bible. First, Jesus Christ said, don't you know? He said, don't you know that the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sin? Okay. Which one? Then he said, which one is easier? Okay. To say, pick up your mat and walk, or son, your sin has forgiven?
Okay.
And then he said, the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sin.
Okay, then tell me the Lord's Prayer.
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debt as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil one. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory.
Forgive us our sins. He was teaching the disciples how to pray. And he said, ask God directly for forgiveness.
But you see,
and forgive us our sins,
because
we forgive those who sin against us.
Because Jesus was, you have to understand that Jesus was absolutely, very man and very God.
That's not the point. The point is, he's teaching them to pray.
Because
teaching them to ask God directly.
We are talking about the resurrection. If Jesus Christ was not resurrected from death, we had nothing to preach.
Why?
You know why? Because after death must be resurrection. And if Jesus Christ was not resurrected, that means he was a liar. He's already in a tomb right now. That he was a liar, we can nothing to preach. But because, you see, that the resurrection of Jesus Christ proved that he is both God and Savior.
Let me give an example.
Go on.
They said, on the third day he rose again from the dead. All right? He was crucified the Friday evening, according to the Bible.
That's right.
Which was on the day before Sabbath.
That's right.
And then you got Friday evening.
That's right.
Right? You got Saturday and then Sunday morning.
That's right.
It's a day and a half only. It's not 3 days.
Okay, will you allow me to answer you?
Yeah, there's no 3 days.
So do you know about the history?
About who?
The history.
Yeah.
Okay. In a Jewish calendar.
Yeah.
Okay. Even before Jewish calendar, there was, I can't know what BC, before Christ. So for example, let's say this is Friday.
Yeah.
And we are in the last hour of Friday, for example. Yeah. So let's say, for example, Jesus was crucified on the midday, and the third hour, which means 3 o'clock, he gave up his ghost. So the last hour of Friday will count 1 day and 1 night in a Jewish calendar. Saturday and then Sunday, the early morning, the first. Habibi, you don't know, we know.
Listen.
The Jewish calendar, Habibi, sir.
No, I know the Jewish calendar. Listen, you ask any Jew. You bring him and ask him here.
Okay, what's the day of...
Friday evening.
What's the day of taxing in the Jewish calendar today?
The day of taxing?
Yeah.
Friday.
No, the month.
The month?
Yeah.
Taxing?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
You see, you don't know, sir.
But what I'm saying,
Habibi,
what I do know...
With my due respect, I respect you. Because you are very patient, you are more patient than me.
I'm not shouting.
Habibi, I'm telling you, brother, I know I'm shouting, but I love your soul because you have a beautiful soul, and that's the first time I have been talking to you, and I respect you, and I promise I will not, put you down. Hold on.
No.
We now, in a Jewish calendar, the last hour of Friday will count as 1 whole day, 24 hours. That means day and night, Saturday, day and night, and the early morning hour on Sunday, counted as a whole day, Sunday and 24 hours. That means 3 days and 3 nights. Jesus not lying. He said, the Jews said, give us a sign. He said, there will be no sign given unto you but the sign of Jonah. As Jonah was in the heart of the belly of the fish, likewise the Son of Man will be in the heart of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights.
But he never died. But
he
got to something else.
He said, anyway, unto thy hand I commit my spirit, and he gave up his ghost.
The Jews believe Friday evening, right? Friday evening, once the sun is set and Friday evening, they're not allowed to do anything. The Sabbath begins from then.
Okay.
So that's a new day.
Okay.
It's not when the sun rises is a new day.
Okay.
That was the belief of the Jews. Okay. In the Sabbath.
Okay, sir.
This is what they believe.
Now it's
Friday.
sir. Now it's 4:40. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know in Iraq what time is it now?
I don't know. The time is different.
In Saudi, sir. Do you know what time is it now?
I wouldn't have an idea. I think.
Sir, you have it. What time is it in Saudi now?
2.5 hours ahead or something like that.
Sir, there's 3 hours ahead of us.
3 hours. 2.5.
So that means now is 7:40.
Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
In Middle East.
Yeah.
In general, including Turkey.
Yeah.
So, the third hour, which means 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jesus Christ gave up his spirit, and Pilate and the high priest commanded to take out the body, the criminal. They break the 2 legs of the criminal next to Jesus. But when they came to, they put the spear on his side, and water and blood came down. That was the confirmation that already dead, and that is another prophecy in the Old Testament was fulfilled, that none of his bones will be broken. They take it down. Joseph Arimathea and Nicodemus, they had bring spices and myrrh, all kinds of things. They asked the Pilate, by the permission of Pilate, they take out his body and they put him in a tomb. Nicodemus and Joseph Arimathea put him in his own tomb. And then the high priest commanded the Pilate to seal the stone, the door of the stone, because this babbler, he said, this man, this deceiver, he claimed that he will rise again, and the third day, make it, skewer. And Pilate said, don't go, you have a soldier, go do it yourself. But the Roman soldier was there. And on the third day, sir, as I told you, the last hour, sir, at the 3 o'clock, they took him out. They buried him before the sun set. That means 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock, Jesus was already in the tomb. That completed the whole hour. 24 hours on Friday, 24 hours on Saturday, and early in the morning on Sunday, the first hour counted as 24 hours on Sunday. In the Jewish calendar. No, sir. I don't know. I'm not a Jewish. You are not a Jew, but we know the history tells us that the last hour of the day and the early hour of the day counted as the whole day.
This is your understanding.
No, it's not my understanding. That the Jewish calendar.
The Jews, no. The Jews, the 24 hours means 24 hours. You can't get up in the morning and you got 2 hours in the morning and it counts as 24 hours. It doesn't. You can't.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Okay then.
Okay,
please.
I'll give one example of my mother.
Okay.
My father was a farmer.
Yeah.
And I was working with my father.
A farmer, yeah.
And on Friday, I didn't work.
Yeah.
And I am early in the bed. The sun had already a little bit rise. And my mother calling me in my language, son, wake up. It's midday. It's the midday. It's the prayer time. It's the midday. Wake up. But the hour have not reached it midday yet. It's early in the morning. Does my mother lie? No, that's the oral tradition. She was told, and she was right. It means it's late. Wake up. So it was not 12 o'clock yet, and my mama shouting and screaming, "Wake up, son! It's midday."
Listen, I lived in Stamford Hill. I lived in Stamford Hill for 10 years, right? And the Jews there, they used to live in Stamford Hill. They would come to me on Friday evening after the sun is set. And they would say to me, son, can you turn this light off? Can you do this for me? Can you do this for me? And they explained to me that we are not allowed to do anything because the Sabbath is already begun. So, from the evening to the next morning, this is Sabbath.
Thank you very much. Before the sunset, yeah, I agree with you.
Right.
That's a Jewish Sabbath. But the Sabbath will not apply to us as a Christian, because we are not a Jew. The Sabbath was only given to the Jew.
Yeah, but Jesus,
and there was a reason why there was given the Sabbath to the Jew in the wilderness, in the Mount Sinai. There was a reason, sir. You should know about that. So let's come back to the question. So the last hour of Friday counted 24. The early hour of Sunday counted 24. That's 3 days and 3 nights. Absolutely. Okay. Jesus was no lying. So you see, brother, we have to understand. For example, God bless you. You are from South America, okay? So in your country, where you born, your ancestor, if I come to your village, you have your own tradition, culture. And I have to ask you, sir, what's your name, sir? My name is Christopher.
John.
John. Brother John, when you invite me to your village, I have to abide under your law.
The law of the land, yeah.
Yeah. I have to abide under the law of the land.
Yes.
Otherwise, I will be arrested. So then you talk about your culture, tradition, and ritual, things like that. Because every country, every language, after the Bible was confused. Where
are you from?
I told you I'm Kurdish from North Iraq.
From where?
North Iraq.
Where's that?
It's in. I'm Kurdish by race. There's Kurdish in Turkey, in Iraq, in Iran, in Syria, and some part of Azerbaijan. So I know a little bit Arabic because I grew up studying and high school and things like that. But I cannot talk properly. But I know phrases, things there. I know I can make it up a sentence. But what I'm saying, sir, if I take you as a guest to my country, I have to introduce you to my family. Okay? The Kurdish, they have the very rich culture, which is different from Arab. But now it's been influenced by the Arab, by the Turk, by the Persian. Because we are the minority. So here I'm saying, sir, if you go to Jerusalem right now, you and I must abide by the law of this country. Okay? In order to carry on and do our activity. If we trespass, we'll be arrested. So here we have to understand, sir, in a time, even the Roman culture was different compared to today. Even this culture here today, women were not dressing like half naked, things like that. It's been changed by man, by fashion. So we have to understand. We have to understand. Jesus was talking to a Jew. He was not talking to me and to you, a Gentile. His audience, he himself was a Jew. His audience was not only ordinary Jew. He had, Pharisees, Sadducees, scribes, lawmakers, very extreme, Canaanite, very extreme Samaritan, very extreme sects of his time. And always the religious people were putting Jesus down. The demon and the non-believer, they call him Jesus, but the Pharisees and Sadducees, they call him the son of a bastard. They call Jesus, God forbid. They call him a bastard. They call him, you are demon possessed. You do what you do by the power of Jezebel, the devil. Brother, so we have to understand, we are different from 2,000 years ago. The culture is different. But the Bible today applies to us as much as applied to people 2,000 years ago. And here in the Quran clearly said, I can show you the reference, I give you the reference. It said, let the people, the Ahl Kitab, you understand, Ahl Kitab, the people of the book, the people of the script, let them judge by what Allah has revealed in the scripture.
Of course.
So, Habibi, Akhi, in the time of Muhammad, there were 60,000 copies of the Bible. And if this Bible is corrupted and changed, they have to collect all these 60,000 Bible copy, burn it, and then produce their own copy. As the Samaritan, they have their own copy of Torah, the 5 books of Moses, which is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, is not equivalent to these 5 books we have in the Bible. It's not equivalent to the Jewish Torah. They have their own copy. We know that, you know that probably. But you see, in the time of Muhammad, there were 60,000 copies of the Bible. The New Testament and the Old Testament in Hebrew and Greek.
What were the Apocrypha?
The
Why
Apocrypha.
were they taken out?
We don't, because I don't know. So on the council, I'm still learning. On the Council of Sinai, they came up with this 66 books. Nicaea. 66 books. If you go to the Greek Orthodox, or no Greek Orthodox, the Russian and Cyprian Greek Orthodox, they have extra books. Like the Catholic have the, what they call it? Apocrypha. So they have another 7 add to the Bible. But you see, I don't know, the theologian came up with this 66 books.
And that's why we say it's not completed.
Well, that's what you say, but we believe that it's completed. Because the book of Revelation is sealed by saying nobody can add and nobody can take away from this book.
Who's right? You or the Roman Catholics? You or the Orthodox? Who's right?
Okay. God bless you.
Correct number.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
What did the crazy lady say to him? He didn't say anything.
Can I put the camera there?
We just finished having a discussion.
Oh, well, I've missed it. Can I just capture a little bit, yeah? I'll put the mic on as well.
You're not going to get angry again, are you?
Huh? Oh, we'll come along. We'll have a discussion in a minute.
Andrew Tate is innocent.
Yeah.
He's going to say, don't talk. Oh, it's political.
I said we have to bring our camera.
Huh?
If you want to put
This is problem. Is he bringing the camera? Yeah.
I will get angry with you, darling.
Oh, yeah, sorry, brother.
Well, we just, yeah, I don't want to debate. Shit, no one's got me in my bag, are they? Shit, no one's got me in my shit. Has anyone come near my bag?
And you are really, people really like you. Even in Iraq. Modi sir is
Yeah. Just a brief thing.
Hold on, I don't know.
What's up, folks? Sorry, mate. I think he wants to have us on camera. Yeah.
Lovely.
We did a whole video. We were discussing amazing issues.
Yeah, let's not do another long video.
Yeah,
but you know, I've been shouting about this today, and I know Wendell knows. I'm pretty passionate about this. And I want to emphasize why I'm doing this. It's because I believe this man has been really badly treated by the system. I think he's an example of somebody like Michael Jackson or Jordan Peterson or J.K. Rowling or even, sorry to say this, well, I was going to say Tommy Robinson actually. I know you guys have your disagreements with him, but regardless, you know, I just think this is an example of a person who has been set up and is being mistreated. I have certain thoughts on Russell Brand. I think he's a very different case to Tate. I don't actually support Brand because I think he was actually much more established.
But you support the fact that his video shouldn't be taken off YouTube before the trial?
No.
That's the principle.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, as to did he do the things he did? I think he did because it's a very different case. But the point I want to make is that the reason why I'm supporting Andrew Tate is because I think that he's just, you know, I've really seen what he's gone through over the past year and a half. I've seen the way people have crapped all over this guy, the way people have really, you know, the crap he's had to go through. And it was really a pleasure to come on this man's channel and to talk about this. You know, we spoke a bit about morality, a bit about religion. It was a very civil discussion. We'll see, you know, might even have another one in the future. But as a woman who's anti-feminism, is speaking up for men's rights, a man, his rights have been taken away. You know, it's not right. I've seen the work he's done. I've seen what he's doing, the war room. I've seen the things he's been doing. I follow him on Twitter, Rumble. Like, I don't see this man as a bad person. I see him as a guy with a sense of humor who's been taken out of context. And I know a lot of people are going to really hate me for supporting Andrew Tate. And it's kind of messed up because it's like, why, you know, I don't see a bad guy, man. I just see as a guy who's just trying to help the world. Yeah, I'm rambling.
Yeah, so I think another point that we discussed about Andrew Tate was that despite somebody, and we discussed about materialism as well, and how materialism is not the answer, somebody that's as well off as Andrew Tate with cars, with women, with notoriety. Even he felt a void. Even he felt the need to accept something that was beyond him. He saw someone superior than him as well. And we talked a bit about kind of religion. We brushed over it, and the importance that somebody like Andrew Tate, somebody even like Russell Brand, and these individuals. Who else did you mention that's been deplatformed? I think even Tony Robbins is a Christian as well. Yeah. Who else?
I mean, J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling is actually someone I feel very strongly about because I'm also an author, and I felt very strongly about what she's had to go through the past few years, just for saying basically that men are men, women are women, and women can't have periods.
Yeah. And that's
she has been so tarnished, and it's awful.
And that's the thing with morality, like, unless you adopt the ever-changing morality of the liberal world that we're in, you're not going to be accepted. Like, J.K. Rowling was a feminist, but then and she was pro-homosexuality. However, when she said and she spoke against the trans, that was an issue.
Well, it's funny, she's been cancelled by the people who initially were supporting her, so you can be cancelled by the people who claim to be on your side.
So the thing with subjective morality is tomorrow, even pedophilia, I mean, with moving the goalposts, because it depends on one's desires. Aleister Crowley said, do what thou wilt. And if you follow that kind of mentality, if you follow that sort of philosophy, then tomorrow, I mean, pedophilia is going to be okay for you. Bestiality is going to be okay for you. So you need objective morality. And the case that we kind of discussed afterwards was that Islam, that was the argument towards the end, before we concluded, was I said that Islam's consistency, its evidence, its reliability, its even its necessity. Islam, I think, ticks the boxes when it comes to preservation, when it comes to the other criteria. Islam ticks the box, and that's why our next discussion should definitely be about Islam, even though we did talk about morality and the likes.
Well, I think regardless of religion, we can all agree that,
we can have
there's
certain
right and
moralities,
wrong. Yeah.
Do you mind if I answer questions of both of you?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Wendell Daniel, and I'm live streaming at the moment, and I started live streaming at 1 p.m. this afternoon with Rational Female. I don't think we've ever had the opportunity, sir, to engage, but it's been a pleasure that I can ask you a few questions today. But I'd like to start with Rational Female. Earlier on, you said you believe that Andrew Tate has been set up. What evidence do you have to support that?
So there's no evidence that he has ever committed any rape or that he's ever done any human trafficking. A lot of women have come out in support of him. I've watched interviews of him talking about this, the entire thing. Because if you look from day one, right from when Tate blew up, the whole media has been against him. Massively hated by all the media has been against him. We've never really seen anybody so hated by the media in this way. And it goes to show, because if you look at what he's talking about, things like the vaccines and all that, and all this stuff that really is concerning a lot of people, you do have to ask yourself, why has this man specifically been targeted? He's had his entire life investigated thoroughly, and he's not, I mean, the guy is a kickboxer, he's a martial artist, he doesn't drink, he doesn't do drugs, so he might do drugs privately, but, but the point I'm trying to make is that, I just think it's really unfair what he's had to go through.
But the man has shown disrespect and disdain to women, so how can Andrew Tate be a role model?
He's not shown disrespect to women. They've actually constantly, all I've ever heard him say is how much he loves women and how women are supposed to be protected for and provided, and men are supposed to care of women. I think he has a very a sense of humour that has been massively used against him. I've seen this, and if you watched his humour, I don't take any of it seriously whatsoever. The guy is clearly just making jokes. I think he himself is probably shocked at because it's very easy to take people out of context. As we all know, rather infamously, several months ago, I was made to look like a nut job. And it's very easy to do that with somebody. It's very, very easy to create an image of someone, to take them out of context and to make them look awful. So I really do, I stand by what I've said with Tate. I really think he's just been really, really badly taken out of context.
Can I ask you, sir, what has it been like for you to be able to have a rational discussion with Rational Female?
I mean, that's the spirit of Speaker's Corner, isn't it? Yeah, we come every week, unless if it's raining, and we have conversations with many people. I mean, today I was, we had a nice conversation with Zarina, and she was talking about what she believes in, and yeah, we were exchanging ideas. It's always good to do that with people that will listen to you, and of course you have to listen to them as well. There has to be a bit of give, there has to be a bit of take as well, and to their own, isn't it? But obviously we present the case that we're coming here to represent.
Yeah. How long have you been coming to Speaker's Corner yourself, sir?
It hasn't been very long. It's been, I think, about a couple of years, isn't it? Yeah, about a couple of years, I think.
So during that couple of years, same as me, have you noticed a difference in regards to people coming down here and how they engage with people like yourself? Has social media impacted upon the behaviours of people down here at Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, I think with a lack of attention spans, people are looking for these little clips that will go viral, and they're not really interested in the conversation. That's why it's nice when people do put up the full conversation, let the people make up their own minds or whatnot. Naturally, you will take shorts and you will, try to put, parts of the conversation, but I mean, to misrepresent and stuff like that, that's never the best way to do it. I mean, at least link the full discussion if you are going to put a clip, but to be honest, what's your name?
My name is Wendell Daniels, my real name. People know me as StreetMic, M-I-C.
What should I call you?
Beg your pardon?
What should I call you?
You can call me...
Mike, yeah?
No. StreetMic, but my name is Wendell. W-E-N, Wendell Daniel.
So Wendell, I think one thing that I've noticed is it depends who you're speaking to at Speaker's Corner. If you come and you speak to somebody that's a career Islamophobe or somebody that makes their career from making other people look foolish, then naturally it's not going to be a pleasant time. If you're coming and you're speaking with people that genuinely want to have a conversation, you're going to have a nice time, you're going to be able to transcend that culture of just taking clips or whatnot.
I actually agree with you. I live stream from 1 to 6 p.m. every week. I do not clip. I do not believe in it because it's easy to misrepresent. But all I can say, sir, because I want to engage with Siraj, because he's a little firebrand, but I engage with everyone. Don't care what religion you are. But all I can say, it is great to see Rational Female and yourself having a conversation, and I look forward to engaging with both of you in the future.
Thank you, Wendell.
Cheers, man.
Thanks a lot, yeah. Big up. Now I want my microphone back.
Right, I'm going to probably just speak a few more minutes and go.
One of these yours? This one. Oh, thank you. I'm not sure.
A quick question.
Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
No, what we like to do, we've got... Hey, listen, come off camera. No, listen, look, my camera's over there. No, listen, I'm off camera, listen, I No. So what I'm doing now is Siraj, I want to have a chat with him. So let me put my microphone down. So good evening to all of you watching. Let me spin round, give you a better light. If not, it is getting a bit dark. I'll turn down because if not, I've got to start putting lights because the light is beginning to go down. So just to let you know, if you've never seen me before, my name is Wendell Daniel and welcome to StreetMic, and we're coming to you live and direct from down here at Speaker's Corner, and I'm just testing these new microphones out, and there's two of them. So I've just spoken to Siraj. Most of you will know Siraj and his little firebrand, and I myself, I do not take religious sides down here. I try to engage with everyone. And last week, Siraj was having near enough fisticuffs with Bob the Builder. And what I want to do, I want to interview Siraj in a few moments just about himself. And at the moment he says he's gone to pray. So he's gone up there to pray, and then he should be coming back. And then it's my intention to engage with him. And, you know, he's a little firebrand. And there we got the rational female. But today it has been, a lot of the usual rabble-rousers hasn't been here. I had the opportunity to engage with, let me try and get a quick interview with Piers Corbyn. I'm going to get an interview with Piers Corbyn, then I'm coming back. So let me do it. So I'm now walking down towards Piers Corbyn, and I'm going to have an interview with him, and then we can go back to our regular. So here are all the regular rabble-rousers on the table. So there's Piers Corbyn, and he's well known. So Piers, come round, let's have a little chat as we are.
Advertise on t-shirt.
Big up, big up, big up, big up.
StreetMic.
Resist, defy, do not comply. Resist, defy, do not comply. So this is another rabble-rouser like StreetMic. So Piers Corbyn, come
lady over there is a rabble-rouser.
So are you not a rabble-rouser like me?
Stalin's friend is a rabble-rouser.
So Piers, so how have you been keeping, sir? Let's have a little interview. I'm not very good at this. You
I'm
can tell.
somewhere between well and very well.
You're tied between well. So which one are you most at? Well or very well?
Very well.
Oh, you're very well. So listen, where's my good friend been for the last few weeks? I haven't seen you. You?
I've been around.
I haven't seen you.
Well, I haven't seen you, so you haven't been around.
So I've been hiding. So tell me, how has your ULEZ protests been going on?
Well,
how was all the other things?
It's very good that more people are actually just driving at will and not paying. That's very good. Whether we got the numbers enough, I don't know. But the other very good development is the taking down of cameras. We've been demanding the councils take down the cameras, and well, people have taken down cameras.
Is it true, or is it a rumour that you were spotted taking a camera down, or are people just saying that?
No. I've never been spotted taking a camera down.
All right then. You wouldn't dare go and do something like that. So, what have you been up to?
Well, the cameras are probably illegal, aren't they? Because you see, there was no consultation about them. So I think it's, if people do get arrested for actually doing it, I think they'd have a defence in court. I don't know, but you see, there has to be a process for these things, and there hasn't been a process. It was just introduced without any election agreeing it, so it's really, really terrible. Anyway, that is the big thing happening now for non-compliance. The other big thing for non-compliance is keep cash. people are going into shops saying, I want to pay cash, and insisting on it. Put the money down and leave. Even when they have card only, you can do that, and you should do that. Because if we lose on the cash, we lose everything. If you lose cash and you're totally controlled by electronics and your card, they will turn you off when they don't like you. That will happen. So we've got to keep cash. It's freedom. It's no good just saying, oh, it's easier to use the card. No. Go to the cash machine, change that into cash, get cash, and use the cash. Exercise your rights to the full, or you lose them.
I'm poor, so I never have cash anyway. So that doesn't affect me much. But moving on slightly, can you tell me more, about... You are a world famous person who predicts the weather.
Correct.
There's lots of things in regards
all
to
around the world,
climate change. What do you have to educate people about climate change? So I don't want that horrible C word that gets me banned on YouTube.
Man-made climate change does not exist. That's the message. I'll put that, where do I put it? About there.
So if
and you've got a pamphlet here, download it from weatheraction.com. We know that it doesn't exist because carbon dioxide levels follow changes in temperature. That's a fact. World data measured and estimated over the last 20,000 years from ice cores. It's shown consistently that happens. So there's no way CO2 is controlling temperature or climate. That's all a complete lie. Net zero is a complete lie. It's not there to control climate, it's there to control you.
So you believe climate change and net zero has been invented with a view of controlling the masses?
Correct. It was invented by the Club of Rome in the just after the war, in the 1940s. How are we going to develop a new world order to control everybody? We need to have a common enemy, a common thing people will think you unite around. It doesn't matter if it's true or false, just do it. Look, governments, tyrannies all over the world, since the beginning of time have done this. They have the enemy over there to make them follow me. Right? You follow me to fight them. The stories about them can be completely false, it doesn't matter. But the point about the story is for you to follow me. Orwell warned us, there'll always be a war, but it's a war against you.
That's right, that's right. And my final question, and then I'll let you talk about anything except the C word. Right. Let's talk about someone who you may not know very well, called your brother. And last time you and I had an engagement, we were talking about the possibility of him going back into the Labour Party as well as Diane. It looks like that's not going to happen.
I think that's a complete dead horse. It's hopeless.
That's a dead horse.
Starmer has now taken over the Labour Party leadership and he's going to carry on using it. And already the major parties have agreed between themselves at the leadership level what's going to happen. Sunak will be out, Starmer will be in, Starmer will be the direct agent of the New World tyranny and they'll be administered through the councils. Parliament will become irrelevant. That is what they want. And people, the sort of alternative Tories like Reclaim or Reform, all this, we're nice Tories or whatever, they are part of the same programme. They're there to take away Tory votes to make sure Starmer has a landslide. They are stupid people, they're on the other side, or they might think they're helpful, I don't know. But you know, they are actually there to divide, confuse and keep you in the circus. Look, don't listen to any politicians. They are a circus to promise things to you, to blame each other for things not happening, and you don't take action. You just wait for the next election. No, we're not waiting for any elections. We're taking
But in regards to that election, it's clear your brother will not be permitted to stand as a Labour Party candidate. Will he be standing in Islington as an independent, and will you be helping him?
Yeah, I believe he will, but I can't say for certain because it's up to him to speak for himself. But certainly I would support him standing in Islington, whatever, because I might disagree with some of his policies, but he actually represents those people so well. He fights for them so well. Everybody in Islington who's had any problem knows if they go to Jeremy Corbyn or his office, they will be helped. Not like lots of MPs who do very little, frankly. Jeremy works like a horse. And, you know, he should be supported. We will go there and help him in the next election, definitely.
Excellent stuff. As normal, sir, thank you very much. And I look forward to engaging with you on the road like I have done in the past, but I haven't been...
Big up, StreetMic!
Big up, big up. I haven't been doing it lately because I'm so busy with other people. Even you don't see Wills anymore, do you?
No.
Because he's always with me.
Oh, right.
Earning money. Say no more, say no more. Thanks a lot, yeah?
Brilliant.
Big up, big up. Thanks
big
a
up,
lot.
StreetMic.
Big up, thanks a lot. So let's go and try and engage with Siraj, the young whippersnapper, the young rebel, the young firebrand. There he is, the young firebrand. So there's Siraj. I'm going to try. Siraj, let's have a little quick interview, man. Big up, big up, big up. So Siraj, listen, man, you little whippersnapper, I like you. Huh? Listen, I don't take... Can I be honest? Yeah. I have no interest in religion. I'm objective when I'm down here. I'm objective. So Siraj, step forward, step forward, step forward. So, can I begin by saying, thank you for giving me this opportunity to interview you. And I'm going to disclose something. I like you. You're a little whippersnapper. And I like your style. Yeah. I like the fact that last week you was challenging Bob. Yeah. And I think it's great. I like to see, I don't take sides, but I like the fact that you take on other people, but forget religion for a minute. Who is Siraj?
I'm human.
No, forget Speaker's Corner for a moment. Tell me a little bit more about you.
I'm human.
And then I'll tell you about me. Yeah. I've recently retired. I took early retirement. I was a manager for London Underground. I was a manager for London Underground for 40 years. And I took early retirement 3 months ago. I got 2 kids, 5 grandchildren, yeah, and I got a live streaming business. And I come here, I do not take sides, I love what I do, and I engage with everyone regardless of their religion. That's me. I don't take sides.
Basics about you.
Yeah, that's the basic. I don't take sides, so give me some basics about Siraj.
I like reading books, politics and religion.
Yeah, bigger. So last week we mentioned politics, we say don't go there.
I don't want to
Yeah, we won't go there. But what is it about Speaker's Corner that you love?
It encourages me to learn more. That's the main reason.
So as a well-known...
I'm here, my main reason, I'm here for many reasons.
Yeah.
The most reason is to discuss people about religions. Learn more about from others.
Yeah. Can I ask you, how old are you, Siraj?
I'm turning 25.
Huh?
25.
You're 24?
I'm turning 25.
That is what I like you. You're young, you're hungry, you're eager, and you bring something different down here. And you're a little fire snapper. And I think it's great, but down here at Speaker's Corner, yeah, why is it that social media has really galvanised this place? What is it about social media and young people as well?
Social media has got positive and negative.
Yeah.
But I look for the positive sides. I don't go for the negative sides.
Nor do I.
Most of the time I just watch about like the teachers, lecturers, teaching others, whether it's about worldly life, whether it's about religions.
But let's talk last week and with Bob. Yeah. I look back on that and I laugh. What was it about last week and you and Bob that galvanised so many people, and it ended up disturbing the Sheikh, what he was doing? Huh?
He always runs away from it. I challenge all of the Christians here. At least some Christians here try to discuss with me, and we have time to talk. Some of them, they use inappropriate language, and then I have to react and use the same language sometimes. Sometimes I control my anger. Sometimes depends on my behavior depends on their characters and behaviors. If I see they behaving well, they want to discuss, then I give them the opportunity to discuss with them.
Yeah. But you know.
But Bob, he does not want that. I'm challenging every time Bob, the builder, the coward, he does not want to discuss with me, and I'm ready to give him time. 2 minutes at a time, he can ask me, if I can do this, he can discuss about the religion, my religions, and ask me questions about my religion, and then like 30 minutes, I'm happy to reply, to discuss with him. And then the next 30 minutes about his religion. But he does not want that. Every time he goes there and interrupt other my fellow Muslims, and then he says, "Oh, Siraj, let's go there. Okay, come follow me. So he wants.
That's what happened last week.
Yeah, he does that every time. So he wants me to go after him, so he can interrupt the brothers
and blame you.
Yeah, and blame me for that. But nowadays, I changed my mind. If he does that, I'm just stopping there. I'm not chasing after him.
So you changed your mind after last week?
No, because I found out maybe that can cause dramas. And I'm not here to cause dramas. And I'm not doing that on purpose. I just wanted to get his attention, not to say, Bob is scared about to discuss with Siraj. I'm eager to discuss with Bob and to debate with him. But he does not want.
When will I see you debating? Will you ever debate with Hatun?
Any Christian. I'm ready to face any Christian. Hatun, whatever she uses, I will use the Bible. Because let's say she's got pictures, cartoon picture, and a bomb on his guy, a cartoon picture saying this is Prophet Muhammad, and she put a bomb on his head and saying this is Prophet Muhammad. That verse, it suits the Prophet Jesus of the Bible. Jesus of the Bible in the Gospel of Luke chapter 12 verse 49 said, I came to this world to set fire. And he said, I came to set fire on this world. So that's Jesus, that verse. She should put that verse, the verse of the Gospel of Luke on that picture she has. And also Jesus said on the Gospel of Matthew chapter 10 verse 34, he said, I have not come to bring peace but sword. That's why Jesus asked his disciples to get a sword if they don't have if they have no one. The Gospel of Luke chapter 14 verse the Gospel of Luke chapter 22 verse 96.
My final point, here's the microphone. I like to be devil's advocate, impartial. 2 minutes, say what you want.
2 minutes?
5 minutes?
5 minutes, 2 minutes is fine.
Yeah, go on, say what you want. I'm not going to tell you. See you later, yeah.
I'm just inviting here all Christians. Priests, apologists, defenders of Christians, the teachers, the scholars, all of them, you're free to come here and discuss with the brothers, including myself. I'm ready to challenge Christianity, and I'm about to write a book, establish a book, and I already started. That book talks about the truth behind Christianity. I also wrote about top 100 reasons Jesus was never crucified, died and killed for others. That book, I think, is going to be very important. And another name is going to be How to Approach Christianity and Approve Christianity False. So that book, I'm inviting all Christians to go through that book and read it. So my last thing is, Christians, if you have legs to stand with peacefully, you can come here anytime and discuss with the brothers, not just me. All of my fellow Muslims are ready to discuss with you. I'm challenging Bob. You can hear this message goes to Bob, the coward, the builder. You know how to talk and preach, but you cannot defend your faith when Muslims are attacking the Bible verses. And I'm not saying Torah, specifically the New Testament. And I proved many times, Christians have different God than the God of Jesus. The God of Jesus is God the Father alone. The God of Jesus is not the God the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit. But Christians, Trinitarians, God is God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Jesus worshipped and worships God and his disciples. All of them worships God, worship God the Father alone. But Christians worship God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And yet Christians say Jesus is the way. If Jesus is the way, then your God should be the God of Jesus, not triune God, the Godhead. That's what Jesus said in the Gospel of John chapter 20 verse 17, I'm going to my Father and your Father, my God and your God. In this verse, the God of Jesus and the God of his disciples is God the Father, not the Son, not the Holy Spirit. And Jesus said, we worship in the Gospel of John chapter 4 verse 22 to 23. Jesus said, we worship what we know, and the true worshippers will worship God the Father in the Spirit. He never said the true worshippers will worship God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Jesus and his disciples worshipped, and Jesus also worshipped until now God the Father. Christians, Trinitarians worship God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So who is the way? Christians, Trinitarian, or Jesus? Trinitarians or Jesus? Definitely, Jesus is the way. Why? Because his God is God the Father alone, not the Son, not the Holy Spirit.
Excellent stuff, sir. Thank you very much, and I hope you can see I don't take sides. I let you say what you want, and big up, big up, big up.
And I don't support terrorists. Where terrorists has no religion, that's what I believe. Anyone who kills non-Muslims or Muslims, whether as long as they are innocent, my religion does not preach me, teach me to kill non-Muslims. Innocent lives is forbidden to destroy them.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, sir. Big up. Big up. So that was Siraj, and you've had the opportunity to hear him. So let's see what's going on around here.
Why are you running away? Even if you're Muslim, why are you running away, Lamin? Why are you running away? Why are you running away? Can I just I'll show you. Jesus is not God.
Yes.
Who's debating? Who's debating? You two. You two.
You gotta prove it. You gotta prove it.
By the Bible, I'm using the 27 books of the New Testament, yes? That's fair? So, in the 27 books of the New Testament, Jesus is God.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
So you want to argue whether in the New Testament...
Let's have 3 minutes here.
Lamin, you got to listen to me, buddy. We're agreeing on
Testing.
We're agreeing on the terms of conversation right now. In the New Testament, is Jesus God? In the New Testament. I'm asking you for that. Agree on that, yeah?
Go to the New Testament. Go to the Old Testament.
So in the New Testament, Jesus God, yes? I believe in the Old Testament, sure.
Old Testament. Isaiah 53.
I believe in the Old Testament, but I also believe in the New Testament. So in the New Testament, but do you agree for that title? Lamin, are you agreeing with that premise that in the New Testament?
Look.
I understand that. So as long as he accepts that in the New Testament, Jesus is God is the debate, then that's fine.
So in the Old Testament, Jesus was not God.
Pardon?
We're talking about Old Testament.
The Old Testament is not the thing that's up for debate.
Wait. No.
Oh, what he means is he wants to include...
No.
I'm using the New Testament to argue, so...
The New Testament, I'll use the New Testament extensively, and I use the Old Testament as well.
Okay, fine.
But if you want to
the
Old Testament,
are we also allowed? Hold on. Are we also allowed to use Christian doctrines? Hold on. In order to establish, because we're doing hermeneutics and exegesis, you need to make sure that you're also using the Christian doctrines of the church. Yes, you're willing to use the doctrines of the church as well.
What are you talking about?
The doctrines of the church, the Christian teachers of the church in the early church period. We can use those. Yes.
Why can't you stick with the scripture?
Because you don't just stick with the Quran. You use the history of the Quran to understand it as well. So I'm using the history of the Bible and the church.
Go to church history.
Great, cool. So, do you want to start first? Let's start. You can start first. You challenged me. Hold on. You challenged me. You were so desperate to challenge me.
Me desperate for you. You come to me. I was with him.
No. We were here.
I was with him.
No. You two were with each other. Hold on. These two were with each other, and I was with him. I don't know why he spat there, but that's weird. Yeah, absolutely. And what?
Be desperate.
Yes, you are. Because he said you really want to debate me, man. Because you really want to debate me.
Debate with you.
You really want to.
Who are you?
You want to.
I'm
sick.
I don't even know you.
I'm sick.
I was him.
I'm sick.
I was with him. He came down.
I didn't go to him. He was with us first anyways. He was with us first anyways. Your points are so incoherent. You're just trying to listen to respond rather than to listen to understand. Listen, I was with him, yes? I was with him, and then we were talking about Jesus being God. You came over smiling. So, you're talking about the terms now. So you agree with the terms now, yes?
Okay, start Lamin's 3-minute timer.
Start your time. Start your time then. Your time starts. It's you. Yeah, it's you. No. I'm not going first. It's him. He's going first. You're going first. I was here. I did not go to you. You're lying to everyone now. I was actually the one here. You're lying. I was actually here with him, the guy holding the camera. Did we ever go to Lamin? No. We didn't go to Lamin. So was I with him? Hold on. Did I come to you or was I with him?
No, I went to... I was speaking to Lamin directly.
Yeah. So did I come to any of you? No, because you were...
No, you didn't.
Hold on. Can you come just... Hold on. I need to clarify this because this is true. Hold on, Lamin. This was the guy that you were with. Now, hold on. Did I come to you two? Don't run, Lamin. Because you want to expose me as a liar, and your only piece of evidence is against you. So what? Is he lying too? Is he lying too? Is he lying as well? You can start your debate, Lamin.
It doesn't matter. Don't let the debate die.
Yeah, don't let the debate die, Lamin.
It doesn't matter.
Don't let the debate die, Lamin.
I'm the first one to ask you about Jesus' forgiveness, but don't let the debate die because of
that. No, I want to clarify.
Me?
So then you're making the first claim. So go ahead.
Debate. Have a nice debate. The terms are agreed.
Yeah.
Start his time, bro.
So, our evidence. So, our debate, since I'm the one that has to go first because he's too chicken to do so, you're not allowed to speak. Thank you. Oh, you want to All right, relax. Don't worry, stop my time, please, because he wants to get the barrier. He wants to get the barriers out. You know, people want to see this thing.
If you start to be childish or silly, I'm going now.
I've never been childish or silly.
3 minutes.
This is you giving some weird criteria. You're just being childish. You've been the one being childish. Whoa!
Who is running?
This is a fold.
I was excited about hearing this.
So, Lamin,
3 Bibles, I want Quran.
I was excited. I wanted to hear this debate. I was excited about it.
I was excited as well.
This guy.
Hey, don't be childish. Don't insult me. Don't be childish. Hey, Lamin, come back. Lamin. Hey, at your age. Hey, Lamin, at your age. At your age, Lamin. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Are you running?
Why are you running? It's okay. So, as you have seen, ladies and gentlemen, so, as you can see, I'm a normal guy. I'm chill, I'm suave, I'm calm. Lamin, thank you. There was a miscommunication earlier. I believe that Lamin said that Jesus Christ can't forgive sin. That's why we got it in the first place, yes? That's why when he came to us, we were like, no, that's true, that's false. Now, Lamin wants to debate me as to whether Jesus Christ...
Back.
Oh, is he
I
back?
was on his back.
Hey, Lamin, go. Lamin, man. Come on.
Let me take my mic.
No.
So I'm back. So I'm now going to say hello to a few of you in the YouTube chat. So good evening all. I hope most of you should know me by now, but my name is Wendell Daniel and welcome to StreetMic, and we're going to be shutting down at 6 o'clock. But before I do, I've got a couple of announcements to make, and it is going to be good. So let me just say hello to a few of you in the chat. So good evening to, so I'm going to say hello to a few names. So Sola Scriptura, La Chores Viva, Q's Videos, Leave My Rights Alone, Peter 2, Apologetics, Beats and Tape Fight. I Am Just Me, One Check My Playlist, Just Grateful, Bruce Davis, Marie C, StreetMic, You Are Echo. Come down here, you'll see why I'm an echo. New mics, big up StreetMic, good evening. So let me turn off these ones, and I'll go just... So what I'm doing at the moment is testing out some new microphones. So because I'm using two microphones here and there's one microphone here, so there's a slight issue and you will get echo. But the great thing, when I come down to Speaker's Corner, it's about testing, and you will get things going wrong. So one of the feedbacks I'm getting now, I'm now going to put it down to that one, so is when I'm using these microphones as well as my normal one, you get an echo. So I'm beginning to hear, I can hear it myself, that's why I wear these. But here is all about testing out to make sure that things run correct. But I've got a few announcements to make. And the first announcement, some people are not, both announcements, people are not going to like it. But as you know, there was an incident in Peckham in a hair shop a couple of weeks ago. And as a direct result of that, a video has gone viral. As a result of that, a shop has closed down. So there was a hair shop. A lady went into the shop to do a refund. The proprietor refused to do so, and eventually there was an altercation, and we've all seen the videos in regards to a man who tried to strangle a woman and the woman hit him. As a direct result of that, the shop has closed down and there has been protests outside of the shop. I covered a protest. Shut up! I'm now going to put on this microphone. When I do, it cuts out a lot of the sound. So as a result, there was a protest outside of the shop, and what has happened is the community has demanded that the shop does not reopen. And it looks like that shop will not reopen. A community meeting is being planned in Peckham where the community will come together. But I was down there yesterday, she's now gone. And when I was down there yesterday, what I have been told is that trade in Peckham or Rye Lane has gone down something like 60% as a direct result of this incident. And that means the location is being boycotted. And I'm glad to hear that, because what happened should never have occurred. And the community are rebelling. And they have said, if this shop does not close down permanently, all shops in that area owned by Asians will be boycotted. And it's already started. And this is a lesson. Do not take the piss out of customers, because there will be occasions when they rebel, and they are rebelling against the Asian shopkeepers in Peckham, specifically Rye Lane. And if a meeting is held with the community, StreetMic is going to be invited to live stream that event. So it looks likely it's going to be next week sometime, in 2 weeks' time, but I will keep you informed. The next thing I want to talk about, make an announcement, is about NX121, and that person is the firearms officer who has been charged with murder. Where's the film? Where's the documentary? Hey, I want to know where the documentary film is, man. That's Ali Darwar, he's hiding from me. Ali, just about the film. I'm trying to get Ali Darwar to tell me what is happening with his documentary film, but he's hiding. So going back, so as we know, Chris Cabba on the 5th of September 2022 was shot and killed by a firearms officer in Denmark Hill. And as a direct result of what happened, there has been uproar. The officer known as NX121 has been charged with murder, and that officer appeared at Westminster Magistrates Court on Thursday to face a murder charge. But all it was a committal hearing where you confirm your details, confirm your name, your address, blah, 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 blah. But a lot of the stuff, his identity was not known. All we know is November X-ray 121. But at that hearing, NX121 was remanded in custody. That was purely administrative. So when he was remanded in custody, that day, the case started roughly 10 o'clock. He was remanded in custody to go to the Old Bailey at 2 p.m. to answer bail. And at that hearing, he was released on bail. What the issues are, why the hell is someone who's up for a murder charge on bail? If that was anyone else, that person would not be released on bail. So we want to know why Officer NX121 has been put on bail when that person is first in a murder charge. I'm not saying Officer NX121 is guilty, but he should be on remand like everything else. But what is more concerning? Two things. Number one, I believe at this moment in time, what you're seeing is a charade with the officer being charged by the Crown Prosecution Service, because what I believe is really happening here is that the Crown Prosecution Service is putting up crap lawyers and crap evidence, and the officer the officer's likely to get away with being charged with murder. Because if you have a look historically, every time an officer appears on such a charge, the case collapses. And we believe that is what is going to happen again, because one thing I never realised until Sasha Johnson was the BLM leader who was shot in the head in Peckham on the 23rd of May a couple of years ago. That trial also collapsed. But what I was told by Sasha Johnson's personal assistant, Andy Morris, was that Sasha was not represented. And I thought, what do you mean she's not represented? She's got lawyers. But what he made me realise, the lawyers, once you're charged, because 4 people were charged with conspiracy to murder, that was the state charging them. So it's the state who puts the lawyers to defend the case, and it's the state who brings the evidence. So what we believe at this moment in time is that the lawyers are not good enough and the evidence is not going to stick, and what is going to happen is that it's likely that that case will also collapse. But what does worry me at this moment in time is what is being said by the Commissioner of Police. What he has said over the last couple of days, that a number of firearm officers are getting concerned that their colleague has been charged with murder, therefore they're handing back their firearms. I believe, this is my own opinion, I'm giving you my opinion, that officers, they can do what they like, but the Commissioner of Police should not be making such an announcement, because it's designed potentially to influence a jury. So if a jury knows that officers are unlikely to be performing their roles as firearm officers, they should be sacked. Yeah, the firearm officers, sack them, get people to do the job that they're paid to do. But he must not be putting out such statements, because it's sub judice. So we can't do certain things and making certain statements once you know the certain things that go on. Yeah, but the Commissioner of Police is putting this information out. This information is potentially going to influence the jury, and if you influence them into thinking that officers are scared to do their job, it is possible, if the evidence shows someone is guilty, I'm not saying it does, they may want to find the person innocent. So I'm arguing what the Commissioner of Police is saying is designed to influence a jury during the murder trial. You can disagree with me, you can think I'm a nutcase, but trust me, that's what I believe. But what I'm now going to do, I'm going to look in the chat and see a few of you. So So people are talking about the Nation of Islam. So the Nation of Islam are not here because Brother Leo Mohammed, he said to me that he was only coming down here 4 times this year, but he actually come on an extra time last week. So that's all I know at the moment. So specifically, I've told you the issue about Peckham. So Peckham, the shot is not going to reopen. A community meeting is being held, and I'm glad that the black community is standing up for itself and is not permitting what happened to occur. So those who are naughty, they are being punished, and as a direct result, other people also have shops in that location. They're also beginning to suffer because trade is down by 60%. So it's in the interest of all of those shop owners to make sure that this shop who tried to strangle, so the shop owner tried to strangle a black woman, that must not be permitted. They cannot get away with it, and the black community will not permit that to happen. And the second point relates specifically to Officer NX 121, the firearms officer who shot and killed Chris Cabba on the 5th of September last year. That officer is now on bail, and I believe, personally, this is my personal opinion, that the chief of police should not be saying certain things because it's designed to influence a jury. So I'm going to be shutting down in a couple of minutes because I'm going to be out of here. But all I can say to all of you who have watched today, thank you very much. And so one check my playlist has said no more hair for them. I'm actually laughing because I don't know why people go in shops to buy fake hair. Do what I do, bald your head, man. Don't go and buy fake hair, fake nails and fake eyelashes. And what kind of rubbish is that, man? Have your hair natural. And we should not be enriching all of those shopkeepers who've been making millions from us over the years. Can I ask you a few questions? People said to me last week that they like you.
Did you put my video?
Don't you come round. You remember I spoke to you last week? So people online told me last week that I should interview you because they really liked you. So tell me more about yourself and your sign.
Okay. Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
This is a sign that Jesus is literally God in flesh and not a Muslim. Muslims are telling all over, everywhere, that Jesus was a Muslim, but Jesus is literally God manifested in flesh, who came down for the sins of the whole world, who came only for the plan of salvation, for the sins of the whole world. And Allah of Islam is not the God of the Bible. Allah of Islam is not the God of the Bible. And the devil is in this world, and the devil does not want anybody to believe in Jesus' life, death and resurrection. And that exactly Islam teaches. Muhammad, the big fraud, liar, prophet, he told about Jesus in the Quran that he never died, he never resurrected. But our belief, our faith is literally about Jesus' life, death and resurrection. So the Allah of Islam is not the God of the Bible. Don't get deceived by the devil. Nor Jesus is not a Muslim, but Jesus is literally God in flesh. Jesus, his Hebrew name was Yeshua, which means salvation. So we all need salvation from sin, eternal death, and from the devil. That's what Jesus came. He reversed eternal death into eternal life. And that's what exactly Jesus came, only for the plan of salvation. And he is alive. Muhammad is dead in the grave, but he is alive. Jesus is alive, and he's coming back to judge the whole world. So Muslims are teaching everyone that Jesus did not die, Jesus did not resurrect, as told by fraud Muhammad in the Quran. But our Jesus literally came as God manifested in flesh, and he is coming again. He is alive, he lived, he was crucified, he resurrected the third day, and he is alive, and he's coming back to judge the whole world as King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and he is everything. We believe in one God, that God can plan the salvation of mankind in any way he wants. God is not limited. But in Islam, their Allah is limited. Their Allah is very much limited. But I am telling everyone, please come and believe. Jesus said that whosoever believes in him, me, will not perish but have everlasting life. So Jesus literally reversed the eternal death into eternal life. That's what we need to believe, because Jesus is alive. All the other prophets are dead, but Jesus is alive, and Jesus was the one as Messiah. Messiah means Savior who can save you from sin, eternal death, and from Satan. So Jesus literally came as Messiah of the world. Jesus' Hebrew name was Yeshua, and which means salvation. And Jesus was Emmanuel. In the Old Testament prophecy, it says a virgin will give birth to a son, and his name will be Emmanuel. Emmanuel means God with us. And Jesus was literally as God manifested in flesh. So I'm just requesting everyone to believe in Jesus as Lord and Savior. We are living in the end times of the world. There are more chaos, more wars to happen in this world. But Jesus is calling as your God. Jesus as God does not want any person to perish, but to come to repentance and to be saved.
Thanks a lot.
Amen.
I've got to speak to this man because I've got 5 minutes. Thanks a lot. So what? I've got 5 minutes because I have to go at 6. Yeah. So
cameras. I don't like cameras.
So you don't like cameras. You've got a camera following you. So Pavlo, good afternoon. And so what I'm going to do, I want you to update on what's going on in Ukraine.
All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. The updates on Ukraine. There's not too many updates, to be honest. The situation is the following. Ukraine is waiting for the fighter jets. Ukraine is waiting for the ATACMS. Ukraine is waiting for the best equipment the West has to offer, because that is what's necessary to finally put this war to an end for good. That is what we need to end this war, man. But unfortunately, there's still some people dragging their feet. Now we're getting this equipment slowly but surely. But if it came a little bit faster, if it came a little bit on time, guys, it would be very, very helpful. You know, we could just done and dusted, you know, finish this situation already. There have been some gains around Robotine and, you know, on the direction to Melitopol, also a few different parts of the front. There haven't been huge gains, but the Ukrainians have overcome a few lines of trenches in the Surovikin line, which is the main line of defense the Russians have built with General Surovikin, who, by the way, you know, used to be friends with Prigozhin, so I'm kind of surprised he's still alive. He's probably gonna fall off a building very soon.
So, how's your family back home?
My family is doing great. They're doing very well, fortunately, as I said before.
Long live Mother Russia!
Is it?
Yes.
Is it your mother?
No. Long live Mother Russia. Why? Because Ukraine are idiots. They're getting used by America and West, and the money is going aside the actor after Zelensky. Yes.
Is it? Could you give me some evidence of your claim?
I'll give you evidence as long as you give me evidence that what Ukraine is doing is right.
Give me evidence. No, you give me evidence.
Inshallah. By the will of Allah.
Oh, is it?
Russia and Putin will wipe out Ukraine from the map of the world.
So you're saying the Chechens are not Muslims anymore?
Inshallah.
Inshallah, is it?
Putin will wipe Ukraine from the map of the surface of the earth. Because Ukraine done this to themselves by voting in Zelensky, who's a gay actor. He's an acting president, he's not president.
What makes you think he's gay? You know he has a wife and kids, right?
Yeah, because you saw him 20 years ago on TV and you voted for him.
Wait,
so now you suffer the consequences.
Well, whoa, buddy. One baseless accusation
What
at a
makes
time.
me think he's
One
gay?
baseless accusation at a
His
time.
music video of 20 years ago and he's in gay latex shaking his ass.
Music video,
yes.
Okay.
Inshallah, by the will of Allah,
that means
Russia,
gay, right?
Russia and Putin will wipe Ukraine from the map because you deserve it.
So you speak for Allah
because
now.
you deserve
Are you superior to Allah?
No, I'm saying
is Allah
Inshallah.
to your
I said God willing.
Because of God willing.
Because
God
any nation,
God is not willing, my friend. Your God is not willing. Your God is not willing.
Ukrainians have brought this upon themselves.
You know, buddy, if you were not a hypocrite,
why are you not on the battlefield fighting for Ukraine?
Look, you're very excited right now.
You're a young man.
Smoking some weed. That's haram, by the way.
How did you leave?
Weed is haram, by the way.
This is not weed.
Oh, it's not weed.
How
Sure,
did you leave?
It's not weed.
How did you leave?
Smells like weed, looks like weed, but no, it's not weed actually.
It's not weed.
No, it's not weed.
No, it's
you know, weed is haram and smoking is haram. And you're not a real Muslim.
But all I want to say is, why
get out of here. You're not a real Muslim. You're not a real Muslim. You're not a real Muslim. I didn't escape Ukraine. I did not escape Ukraine. You're not a real Muslim.
You was afraid to stand and fight and die.
Inshallah and
why are you here?
Why are you saying inshallah?
Why are you here in Speaker's Corner? Why are you here in Speaker's Corner chatting shit when your brothers are dying in the battlefield? If you believe in the cause, why are you not there with a gun and shooting our Russians? Because you're a coward.
You're such a waste, man.
And inshallah, God willing,
inshallah,
Russia will wipe Ukraine from the surface of the earth because you deserve it.
Look, oh, you're leaving. Yeah, run away.
I'm leaving.
Run away.
Because I can't argue with cowards.
Run away.
How is he here when his brothers are dying on the battlefield?
If you can't argue with cowards, then what does that make you? You're inferior to a coward then. You're inferior to a coward. What does that make you?
What do you want me to argue with you?
If any of you are Muslim, but this is haram. This guy should not be smoking and saying inshallah. This is a bad name for Islam. This is a bad image of Islam. Make sure you film this guy, because this guy is a terrible image of Islam.
I just want to know how he escaped being on the battlefield.
Typical hypocrite.
You're a coward.
You are a hypocrite.
If you wasn't a coward, you would be on the battlefield dying with your brothers. Instead, you're in London, Speaker's Corner chatting shit. You're a coward. And Putin is going to wipe Ukraine off the map.
Are you sure of that? Maybe he's going to wipe you off the map, which would be a good idea, honestly, because this guy is a hypocrite.
In closing, how often do you... No.
Just came and filibustered the whole...
No. He hasn't. No, I know you. We've engaged over the last year. And people always say, why are you not at home or on the battlefield? That's his argument. And you've already told us why. But I have to close by 5 past. As you know, 6 o'clock I'm gone. It's now 6, so you've got 3 minutes to say what you want, then I'm closing. No, I've got to go, honestly.
I'll reiterate what I've said already. The people who ask the question, oh, why are you not fighting, are either stupid or hypocrites, and they want the worst for Ukraine. If every single Ukrainian on earth went to Ukraine, it would not make a difference. Oh, you're back. Come back. You're the one running away. Yeah, Ronnie. Yeah, this inshallah guy who smokes a ciggy and says inshallah. That's a typical hypocrite, man. This guy is a terrible representation of Islam. Anyway, less about him. Some nutcase is passing by around here. So let me reiterate what I used to say before. If every Ukrainian went to Ukraine and Ukraine did not get the weapons they need, Ukraine would still lose. Ukraine would stand no chance. Ukraine needs the weapons. And we are here to remind people about what was promised in the Budapest Memorandum, to remind people about what was promised in the many agreements made between Ukraine, Russia, and other countries involved. We will make sure that Ukraine gets what it needs to win. And if any of you want to join us, we are having our protests at 10 Downing Street every Wednesday at 6 o'clock, every Saturday at 4 o'clock, every Sunday at 3 o'clock. I'm fresh out of the protest. I'm one of their speakers. If you want, you can come there. You can support Ukraine. And here I debate against the Russophiles and nutcases, like that guy who's smoking a cig and saying inshallah. No, that's a fake Muslim right there.
As normal, thank you very much, Pavlo. And for those of you who are watching, I'm closing down now. I did say 6 o'clock I'm gone, so it's now 6 o'clock. So all I can say is thank you very much for watching and goodbye. We will be back at 1 to 6 p.m. next Sunday. So for all of you on YouTube, thank you very much for watching and goodbye.